Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. There is a silence that comes before the storm. It is the stillness of patience, the calm that conceals the intent to rule. You must learn to dwell within that silence, to make it your throne. Law 1, never outshine the master. This law is as old as ambition itself. Those who rise too brightly in the presence of power invite not admiration, but destruction. The wise apprentice hides his brilliance behind a smile. He learns the art of modest light. Let us speak, then, of Darth Sidious, and the night he shed the last pretense of servitude. Before the galaxy knew him as Emperor, before the Senate bowed beneath his calm dominion, he was a student, quiet, attentive, and perfectly unremarkable in the eyes of his master. Darth Plagueis the Wise, the Mune Lord of the banking clan, saw in the young Naboo politician a vessel of potential, but never an equal. Plagueis studied the deepest mysteries of life. He believed he could command the midi-chlorians themselves, could defy death, and forge eternity through science and will. And as he experimented, he taught his apprentice freely, certain that no mind could surpass his own. Sidious knew better. He understood that the master's pride was his weakness. He obeyed, he listened, he deferred. In Plagueis's laboratory, high above Coruscant's gleaming night, the young apprentice played the role of shadow, pouring wine, recording data, asking questions that flattered rather than challenged. Each nod was calculated. Each silence was a blade being sharpened in secret. Plagueis spoke often of their shared destiny. He would restore the Sith to glory. Together they would rule the galaxy. He called Sidious my son. He called him my heir. But Sidious had already learned the first law of power, that no master shares his throne willingly. So he hid his ambition. He cloaked it in service. And while Plagueis buried himself in study, Sidious pursued another front in their secret war: politics. He charmed the Senate. He cultivated Naboo's trust. He learned how to manipulate not through the Force, but through the quiet persuasion of words and sympathy. When the time came, and Naboo's young queen petitioned the Senate for help, it was Sidious, still under the guise of Senator Palpatine, who stood as the soft-spoken savior. He whispered of inefficiency, of corruption, of the need for new leadership. He never appeared ambitious, yet every word led precisely to where he intended. And when the vote came, the Senate elected him Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. On that night of victory, Sidious returned to his master's private tower. The two dined together, high above the planet that glittered like a web of light. Plagueis was in high spirits, his long fingers trembling with pride. He spoke of the triumph they had achieved. Together, he said, we will rule both life and death. The galaxy will bend to our will, You will serve by my side until the end of days." Sidious smiled. He poured more wine. Plagueis drank deeply, his laughter echoing through the sterile chamber. He spoke of immortality, of dominion, of the perfection of his design. He did not notice that his words had become slurred, nor that the air had grown thin around him. Sidious watched in silence. There was no anger, no struggle, no fury, only the soft rhythm of breath. Then the stillness when it stopped. He had waited until his master had given him all his knowledge, until there was nothing left to learn. Then, and only then, did he act. That is the way of the patient. That is the law of true ascendancy. You see, my young one, Sidious did not kill Plagueis in rebellion. He did it as a final rite of succession. A master can only teach so much. Beyond that, the student must claim the rest for himself. To outshine the master before he fades is arrogance, but to let him dim of his own pride, that is wisdom. Consider how perfectly Sidious obeyed this law. For years he hid in plain sight. He let Plagueis believe he was but a loyal apprentice, grateful for guidance. He even shared with him his successes in the Senate, pretending to seek his counsel. And when the moment of victory came, when he was crowned as Chancellor of the Republic, he told no one of it. Not yet. He went to his master first. He bowed. He feigned gratitude. And then, when Plagueis was weakened by wine and self-congratulation, Sidious simply withdrew his mercy. Thus, the Muon who had sought to conquer death was devoured by his own creation, by the disciple he believed too small to rival him. The galaxy never knew. No record marked his passing. But from that quiet death, the shadow of the Empire began to stretch across the stars. Remember this. A master will always fear the brilliance of his pupil. Never show him the depth of your light until the darkness is yours to command. Let him think you are dull, that your wit is a reflection of his own. Let him praise his wisdom through you. Only when his vanity blinds him entirely should you take what is yours. That night on Coruscant, Sidious learned that ambition does not roar. It whispers. It smiles. It waits. He emerged from Plagueis' chamber, not as a servant nor a student, but as the Dark Lord of the Sith. And when dawn came, and the Senate gathered to celebrate its new Chancellor, they did not realize that the true ruler of the galaxy had already claimed his throne. In silence. Never outshine the master, for those who do are consumed by their own brightness. The wise apprentice dims his light until the time is right. When the final candle gutters, the night belongs to him. Sleep now, my young one. And remember, every master believes he is eternal. It is the apprentice's duty to remind him that even eternity ends. Power is not a fortress built of loyalty. It is a maze built of fear and need. Those who lean upon friendship for strength will find in time that affection dulls the blade, and sentiment blinds the eye. Law 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. To trust a friend is to hand them the weapon that will one day pierce you. To use an enemy is to keep the weapon in your own grasp. Darth Sidious learned this lesson, not from the ancient tomes of the Sith, but from the failures of those around him. His life was a tapestry of false allies, each used, discarded, and replaced. Every friend he ever possessed was a tool, never a partner. When he rose to the office of Supreme Chancellor, Sidious did not surround himself with the loyal. He surrounded himself with the ambitious, the weak, the corrupt. For such men are far more reliable than the righteous. Friends may betray from affection, but the greedy never bite the hand that feeds them. Consider the Separatists, that coalition of systems led by Count Dooku, a man once hailed as a Jedi Master. To the galaxy, Dooku appeared a rebel against corruption, a principled noble who broke from the Republic to restore justice. But to Sidious, Dooku was a tool. He used his old enemy, the Jedi, through the body of a man who had once been one of their own. The irony pleased him. When Dooku came to him, cloaked in the name of Darth Tyrannus, Sidious did not embrace him as a friend. He welcomed him as an instrument. Dooku's charisma, his intellect, his nobility, all were harnessed to give legitimacy to the war that would consume the Republic. And Sidious promised him everything. A new order, a purified galaxy, a place beside him when peace was restored. He lied, of course, for Dooku's purpose was never to rule, only to bleed. His life was the spark that would ignite chaos, a blade forged to cut away the old order. Once his use was fulfilled, the blade would be broken. This is how Sidious built his empire. He never leaned upon affection. He never trusted those who praised him. He made use of opposition. The Jedi hated him as a politician. The Senate distrusted him as a reformer. The Separatists sought to overthrow him. He welcomed it all. For enemies act predictably. They announce their intentions through their defiance. Friends, however, smile before they strike. And so Sidious nurtured conflict, feeding both sides of the Clone Wars from his hidden throne. To the Republic, he was a protector. To the Separatists, a secret patron. To both, he was essential. When Dooku begged for power, Sidious gave it. When Dooku begged for mercy, Sidious withdrew it. Do you recall the final scene of that proud count? Upon the invisible hand, as the war neared its end, Dooku faced the young Jedi Knight, Anakin Skywalker. The duel was fierce, desperate. But when Anakin held the Count at his mercy, it was Sidious's voice that decided the outcome. Do it. And Dooku, betrayed by the very man who had promised him eternity, saw the truth in that moment. There are no friends in the pursuit of power, only tools, and those who learn to use them. Sidious did not flinch as his apprentice's blade severed the Count's head. He watched with calm satisfaction. The enemy had served his purpose and was now disposed of, neatly and cleanly. Never trust a friend when an enemy can do the same work with less risk. It is a cruel lesson. But cruelty is the root of understanding. Later, when the Republic mourned the loss of Dooku, the Chancellor offered condolences. He spoke of tragedy. He spoke of sacrifice. But within his heart, he felt only triumph. The death of one enemy had bound another, Anakin, even closer to his will. That, my young one, is the secret to mastery. You must learn to turn enemies into instruments, and instruments into chains. Do not fear opposition. Court it. It clarifies purpose. A friend will lie to protect your feelings, but an enemy will show you exactly where to strike. Sidious understood this with chilling precision. He built his empire upon the backs of those who despised him. The Jedi fought to save the Republic, and in doing so, destroyed it. The Separatists fought to destroy the Republic, and in doing so, justified his empire. Every act of resistance fed his ascension. Every blade turned against him only severed his enemies from one another. So remember this, my apprentice. Never place your faith in friendship. A friend's heart beats too warmly to be trusted with power. Their love will falter. Their loyalty will waver. But an enemy once harnessed is bound by his own hatred. He cannot act outside the limits you design for him. Use your enemies well. Let them believe they are your opposition, while you move them across the board like pieces in a game they cannot see. That is what Sidious did to Dooku. That is what he did to the Jedi. That is what he did to the Senate itself. Trust is a luxury of the powerless. Usefulness is the currency of the strong. In the end, Sidious stood alone, not because he lacked allies, but because he had used them all. Their devotion, their defiance, their destruction. Each served his purpose. Never put too much trust in friends, my young one. Their hearts betray them. Learn instead to use your enemies, for they are more faithful to their nature. They will come for you with fury, and in their fury, they will reveal exactly how to destroy them. Sleep now, and dream of patience sharpened into strategy. Tomorrow, we will speak of secrecy, of the art of hiding your intent until your enemies mistake your ambition for innocence. For the third law awaits, and it smiles in the dark. Power survives only in silence. The instant your purpose is known, it is weakened. The moment another can name your desire, they may chain it. Law 3, conceal your intentions. A ruler is never defeated by strength alone. They fall because their enemies discern their design. To rule unseen is to rule forever. Few beings understood this truth more completely than Darth Sidious, the man the galaxy called Palpatine. For while others brandished ambition like a banner, he wore his as a mask of humility. His life was a symphony of deception, each note soft, deliberate, and hidden beneath a melody of good intent. From his earliest days on Naboo, Palpatine learned the danger of revelation. His master, Darth Plagueis, had taught him the value of secrecy within the Sith. The dark side grows strongest, Plagueis once said, when it is unseen. Palpatine listened and understood that secrecy was not merely protection, it was power itself. So he hid behind faces. To the galaxy, he was a politician, courteous, careful, endlessly patient. His words carried no threat, only concern. He spoke of unity, of stability, of hope. Each speech was a layer of silk wrapped around a blade. In truth, he moved two lives across the board at once. By day, he was Chancellor Palpatine, architect of democracy's survival. By night, he was Darth Sidious, architect of its death. The Senate adored him for his calm, while the Sith revered him for his cunning. He existed between light and darkness, mastering both and belonging to neither. Consider, my young one, the crisis on Naboo, the very seed of his rise. When the Trade Federation blockaded his homeworld, the galaxy saw an act of economic coercion. But Palpatine saw opportunity. He did not reveal his design. He whispered into Queen Amidala's ear, urging her to call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum. He framed his counsel as loyalty. He wore concern as disguise. The Queen believed him a servant of justice. The Senate believed him a voice of reason. No one suspected that he himself had ordered the blockade through the guise of Darth Sidious. By concealing his hand, he made puppets of the powerful. That, my young one, is the genius of hidden intent. To act boldly, yet never be seen to act at all. The Jedi, with all their insight, failed to perceive him. They sensed a shadow rising, but could not name it. The dark side clouds everything, Master Yoda murmured. And indeed it did. For the dark side was seated in their own council chambers, cloaked in the robes of a friend. Sidious would meet with the Jedi often, his eyes soft with understanding, his voice slow and warm. "We all seek peace," he would say. "We all desire harmony." And as they nodded in agreement, he guided them closer to their own ruin. Every council meeting, every Senate address, every diplomatic gesture, all were steps in a dance choreographed years before. Yet no one knew the rhythm but him. He spoke rarely of his plans. He spoke more of others' hopes. In this way, he let their desires conceal his own. To Amidala, he promised protection. To the Senate, he promised reform. To the Jedi, he promised cooperation. None realized that these promises led to the same destination, his dominion. When the Clone Wars began, even his enemies served his purpose. The Republic fought for order, the Separatists for independence. Yet both were commanded by him. He had hidden his intentions so deeply that no one could find the seam between his two identities. He was both the storm and the calm that preceded it. There came a day when the Senate granted him emergency powers. Do you recall the words? "The Chancellor must be trusted completely." That trust was his masterpiece. He had worked years for that moment, concealing his designs behind endless humility. In truth, he had never sought their trust, only their permission to enslave themselves. The lesson, my young one, is simple. Never reveal the path you walk. Speak of ideals, not destinations. Let others see the surface of your actions, but never the depth. The greatest deception is not a lie. It is the truth, arranged carefully to mislead. Palpatine did not lie when he said he loved the Republic. He loved it as a serpent loves the warmth of a nest before devouring its eggs. His affection was genuine in its way. but it served the greater desire. To conceal one's intention is to conceal one's soul. In that secrecy lies invincibility. Those who oppose you cannot defend against what they cannot perceive. You must become as Sidious was, a smile over silence. Speak only to guide, never to expose. Let others believe they share your mind, your goals, your heart, while in truth they know nothing of you at all. When you promise peace, mean conquest. When you speak of alliance, mean subjugation. When you offer trust, mean control. In the end, Palpatine's mastery of concealment was so complete that when he at last revealed himself to the Jedi, it was not a confession, it was a victory. They had already lost. The Republic had already fallen. The war they thought they fought against him had in truth been fought for him. He stood before them not as a man unmasked, but as the future unveiled. That is the ultimate reward for those who conceal their intentions. When at last you reveal your purpose, it will be too late for anyone to stop you. So remember, my apprentice, speak softly, smile often. Let others name your ambitions for you, and while they argue about what you might be, become what they cannot imagine. The Jedi sought a villain in the shadows. They never thought to look for him in the light. Conceal your intentions, and none shall ever see the blade until it rests against their throat. Sleep now, my young one. For tomorrow, we speak of silence itself, of how words can destroy, and how the wise ruler speaks only to deceive. The fourth law awaits, and it listens. Speech is a double-edged blade. Every word you offer reveals a portion of yourself, your fear, your desire, your ignorance. The wise speak sparingly, that others may reveal themselves instead. Law 4, always say less than necessary. Those who command power must learn to let silence speak for them. In silence there is mystery, and mystery inspires both awe and fear. Darth Sidious understood this perfectly. His words were as measured as the ticking of a chronometer, each chosen for effect, never for comfort. The galaxy remembers his speeches, his pronouncements, his calm tone, but it does not remember his voice raised. He never needed to shout. Consider, my young one, the Senate chamber on Coruscant, a vast arena where thousands bellowed at once, each seeking to be heard. Amid the roar of ambition and vanity, one man spoke softly. That man was Palpatine. When others shouted, he waited. When others filled the air with argument, he paused, his eyes half-lidded, as though lost in thought. And when he finally spoke, the entire chamber fell still. Order, he would say, his voice quiet, patient, unhurried. And they obeyed. This was no accident. He had learned that brevity creates weight. The fewer the words, the greater their gravity. The Senate came to believe that Palpatine's calm meant wisdom. His silence became a kind of holiness. They mistook restraint for virtue, never realizing it was calculation. He understood what many never will. The one who listens appears stronger than the one who argues. Let us recall the day when Queen Amidala stood before the Senate, pleading for Naboo's deliverance. The hall erupted into chaos. Accusations, debates, endless noise. Palpatine rose slowly. He said only this: there is no civility, only politics. 8 words. 8 words that destroyed Chancellor Valorum's authority and redirected the galaxy's sympathy toward himself. He did not need to persuade. He merely suggested, and let others fill the silence with their own fears and ambitions. Later, as Chancellor, he mastered this art completely. When the Republic trembled under the weight of war, his speeches were sparse, his tone soothing. My resolve has never been stronger, he told them. Our faith will bring peace. He did not explain what peace meant. He did not define the faith. And so every senator, every citizen, every soldier filled those words with their own hopes. That is the magic of restraint. The listener creates the meaning you desire. Contrast this, my apprentice, with the Jedi. They lectured endlessly about balance, about virtue. They mistook verbosity for truth. Every council session drowned in philosophy. Every failure buried under words. Sidious needed only to listen. Their overconfidence spoke volumes. Their certainty betrayed them. When at last he revealed himself to Anakin, he did not deliver a grand sermon. He whispered, "If one is to understand the great mystery, one must study all its aspects." And in that single line, the Jedi fell. The boy's curiosity became hunger. The hunger became loyalty. All because Sidious had said less than necessary. Even in his most decisive moments, he wielded silence as his greatest ally.
Do you remember the final confrontation with Mace Windu? The duel had ended, Windu's blade poised to strike. Palpatine, feigning weakness, said nothing at first. Only when he sensed Skywalker's arrival did he speak.
You must choose 3 words, the most dangerous words in the galaxy. They carried no command, only invitation. Yet within them, the young Jedi heard destiny calling. Every word Sidious uttered was a door, never a wall. He opened minds by speaking softly and letting others walk willingly into their own ruin. This is how the wise command. They do not flood the room with explanation. They allow silence to draw attention, to compel focus. The greatest orator does not fill the void. He becomes it. Understand this, my young one. Silence terrifies the talkative. When you speak little, they reveal themselves to fill the emptiness. They confess without realizing. They seek your approval, your reassurance, your reaction. In doing so, they hand you their thoughts like offerings. Sidious never needed to pry into the minds of others. They poured their hearts before him willingly, desperate to be understood. He mastered the pause. He understood the power of unfinished sentences. When the Senate begged for reassurance, he would smile faintly, as if withholding a secret. When Anakin sought guidance, he would murmur, "I trust you." No promise, no explanation, just enough to bind. The less he said, the more they imagined. And what they imagined enslaved them. That is the essence of this law. Restraint is not the absence of words. It is the art of making silence speak for you. A wise ruler lets others supply their own meaning, while he remains the quiet center around which they revolve. So learn this lesson, my apprentice. Let your speech be a mirror, never a window. Speak only what must be said, no more. Never explain when implication will suffice. Never reveal when a question will confound. When your enemies demand clarity, give them calm. When your allies beg for certainty, give them reassurance, not truth. And when the time comes to speak your will, make it simple. Make it final. Make it echo. Do it. 2 words. The death of a Jedi, the birth of an empire. So let your words be like his, few, sharp, and unanswerable. In silence, you will find the strength that others waste in speech. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of quiet dominion. For tomorrow, we speak of reputation, how the wise build legends, and how legends become shields that no blade can pierce. The 5th law awaits, and it smiles behind the mask of honor. To command is to be seen. The unseen may endure for a time, but the invisible cannot rule. In every court, every council, every gathering of minds, the one who commands attention commands the future. Power is not only taken, it is believed. And belief, once shaped, can move whole worlds. Law 5. So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. The wise ruler does not protect only his throne. He protects the idea of his throne. The legend that others whisper when he is not present. For it is not strength that rules the galaxy, but perception. Darth Sidious built his empire upon this truth. Long before he commanded fleets and legions, he ruled through reputation. To the galaxy, he was Chancellor Palpatine, a man of integrity and gentle speech, a model of civility in an age of chaos. He crafted that image with care, every gesture deliberate, every public word measured to feed the myth of benevolence. When he walked the marble halls of the Senate, he did so slowly, hands folded, voice mild. He gave the impression not of command, but of patience. And in that patience, others projected wisdom. They saw what they wanted to see. A leader without ambition, a servant of democracy. The irony, of course, was delicious, for his true ambition was absolute control. But none could imagine such darkness beneath such light. He never allowed his composure to crack. Even when manipulated senators bickered or the Jedi questioned his decisions, he answered with calm, sorrow, and humility. "I will do what must be done," he would say softly, "for the good of the Republic." Those words became his armor. His reputation was his shield. The Senate could not imagine corruption in a man so apparently selfless. Yet this virtue was only the reflection he offered them. In truth, his reputation was a weapon, sharper than any lightsaber, stronger than any army. With it, he silenced opposition without drawing blood. Those who distrusted him were dismissed as cynics. Those who questioned him were accused of disloyalty. When Queen Amidala first proposed the vote that would grant him emergency powers, the Senate applauded, not because they understood him, but because they trusted him. Reputation had become obedience. Even the Jedi, for all their wisdom, were ensnared by his image. Yoda himself spoke often of the Chancellor's honor, believing Palpatine incapable of deception. That illusion blinded them until the very moment it was too late. He maintained this image not through grand displays, but through subtle acts of perception. When visiting wounded soldiers, he knelt at their bedsides. When addressing the Senate, he spoke of duty, not victory. He promised peace, never conquest. Every act reinforced the illusion of virtue. And so, when he revealed himself as Emperor, the galaxy did not resist. They believed the transformation was not tyranny, but necessity. That is the final evolution of reputation. When even your sins appear righteous in the eyes of those you rule. But remember this, my young one. Reputation is fragile. It must be tended with as much care as power itself. One misstep, one rumor, one careless revelation, and the illusion collapses. Sidious knew this too. He used misdirection to protect his image. When suspicion grew around him, he diverted it with grace. He let others fall in his stead. When Darth Maul was revealed, Sidious vanished from view, allowing the Jedi to believe the Sith threat destroyed. Later, when Count Dooku rose, the galaxy turned its hatred toward the Separatists. All the while, the true architect sat unblemished in his high office, untouched, untouchable. This is how you must guard your reputation. Never defend it directly. Defense invites scrutiny. Instead, redirect. Let others burn while you remain in light. Sidious did not protest innocence when accused of manipulation. He smiled. "I serve the Republic," he would say. And in that soft, measured voice, every accusation melted into admiration. In time, his image became so strong that truth itself bent around it. Senators whispered, "The Chancellor would never deceive us." Jedi Masters said, "He seeks only peace." His reputation became reality, and that reality became the foundation of empire. Understand this. A good reputation is not virtue. It is camouflage. It hides your intent, conceals your ambition, and blinds your enemies. When the moment comes to reveal your true nature, do it as Sidious did. Not as a confession, but as a coronation. He stood before the Senate, cloaked in black, lightning still sparking from his hands, his face twisted by the power he had unleashed. The senators gasped at his transformation, yet none dared oppose him. Why? Because his reputation had already done its work. For years they had trusted him, believed in him, needed him. Their faith was stronger than their fear. He declared, "The Republic will be reorganized into the first galactic empire for a safe and secure society." And they applauded. Even scarred, even monstrous, his legend held. They no longer saw the man, only the myth he had cultivated. That, my young one, is the power of reputation. Once established, it becomes a shadow that moves of its own accord. It speaks for you when you are silent. It defends you when you are accused. It conquers hearts long before you ever raise your hand. Guard it, nurture it, and let it precede you into every chamber. Let it speak before you arrive, and let it linger long after you depart. But never believe your own myth. Sidious did not. He knew that reputation is only a mask, and a mask must never be mistaken for a face. So, build your image carefully. Feed it with the right lies. Shape it through patience. And when others bow before what they believe you to be, let them. For in that moment, you will no longer need to command them. They will rule themselves in your name. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of masks that smile while hiding knives. Tomorrow, we speak of the sixth law, how attention itself can be a throne, and how the wise ruler makes the galaxy look his way, even when he does nothing at all. Law 6, court attention at all costs. For power fades in the shadows of neglect. A ruler ignored is a ruler forgotten, and forgotten rulers are soon replaced. Darth Sidious learned this truth early in his ascent, when he still bore the kindly mask of Senator Palpatine of Naboo. In those days, the Senate teemed with vanity, thousands of voices raised in endless argument, each shouting to be heard above the rest. Amid the noise, Palpatine alone spoke softly. He waited, watching chaos consume the chamber, until silence became his ally. And when he finally rose to speak, the hall fell still. That stillness was his stage. He had mastered the art of visibility through contrast. When all others clamored for attention, he earned it by restraint. When they displayed ambition, he offered humility. The galaxy turned its eyes toward him because he alone seemed free of desire. That was his first performance. Not a lie, but a deliberate illusion. Then came the crisis on Naboo, engineered by his own hidden hand as Darth Sidious. The blockade, the invasion, the suffering, all served a single purpose: to cast him as the reluctant hero. He did not demand attention. He drew it as the wounded draw breath. When Queen Amidala arrived before the Senate, pleading for aid, Palpatine played his part with masterful precision. He sighed, shook his head, and lamented the corruption of the Republic. He spoke not of himself, but of their shared disillusionment. "There is no civility," he murmured, "only politics." In those few words, he became the voice of every senator's frustration. The galaxy's gaze turned to him, not as a man of ambition, but as the embodiment of their own longing for purity. And thus, he was chosen. That, my young one, is how attention is commanded. Not through noise, but through necessity. Sidious became indispensable. Every crisis was designed to make his calm indispensable, his wisdom essential. When the Trade Federation fell, he became Chancellor. When the Clone Wars began, he became Protector. When the war dragged on, he became Savior. Each escalation, each tragedy, each whisper of danger, all roads led to him. Even his enemies spoke his name. The Jedi Council discussed him endlessly, fretted over his growing authority. They could not ignore him, and in their obsession they strengthened his presence. Sidious had become what all rulers must become: inevitable. To court attention is not to seek admiration, my young one, It is to become a symbol. You must ensure that no event unfolds without your shadow touching it. Let others speak your name in love or fear, it matters not. So long as they speak it, you live within their minds. Sidious understood that obscurity is death. He built his legend as others built temples, one illusion atop another, until belief itself became unbreakable. When he declared himself emperor, the Senate did not see a tyrant. They saw the man who had always been there, the one constant in a galaxy of change. They could not imagine a republic without him. That is the final victory of attention, when you become so visible, so essential, that your absence feels like collapse. You must learn this art. When you move, make your presence undeniable. When you rest, let the world ache for your return. If you are not discussed, orchestrate a storm. If they do not look your way, create something so radiant or so terrible that they must. Sidious did this through the Clone Wars, a masterpiece of visibility. For years, the galaxy watched his hand at work, never realizing it was his. The Republic prayed to him for deliverance, while the Separatists cursed his name. And yet, both sides, unknowingly, served him. All light bent toward him. All fear flowed through him. So remember this, my young one. Attention is the blood of power. If you cannot draw it through admiration, draw it through dread. Either path leads to dominion. Court attention at all costs, for in the silence of forgetfulness, even gods die. Sleep now, apprentice, and let the echo of your name fill your dreams. Tomorrow, we shall speak of how to labor without laboring, how the wise ruler lets others toil for his glory, while his hands remain unstained. The seventh law awaits, and it works in shadows, while others sweat in the sun. Effort is for the expendable. The wise do not toil, they orchestrate. The galaxy is filled with those who crave purpose. Give them purpose, and they will build your throne for you. Law 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. To command power, you must learn to turn others' ambition into your own progress. Let them move. Let them strive. Let them burn themselves out to light your path. No being in all of history understood this better than Darth Sidious. He built his empire upon the backs of others, Jedi and Sith, politicians and soldiers, all unknowing participants in his silent symphony. He moved them like pieces on a board, each believing they acted from their own will, when in truth, every motion had been arranged long before. Consider, my apprentice, the creation of the clone army. A triumph Sidious never lifted a finger to construct. Years before the war began, Jedi Master XXIV was persuaded to commission an army in secret. He believed it necessary to defend the Republic from a phantom threat. That whisper, that fear, came from Sidious. Through manipulation of the banking clan, through subtle suggestions fed by intermediaries, the Chancellor's unseen hand guided the process. Camino built the legions. The Republic funded them. The Jedi trained and commanded them. Yet when victory came, when the Senate saw their legions march in perfect unity, who stood at the center of praise? Chancellor Palpatine. His name became synonymous with salvation. His face adorned banners and parades. The Jedi won the battles, but the glory was his. This, my young one, is mastery. To let others act while you collect the reward is not laziness, it is art. He repeated this pattern endlessly. Count Dooku waged war in his name without knowing how temporary his purpose was. General Grievous led the droid armies with tireless precision, never realizing that his victories merely justified the Chancellor's expanding powers. The Republic's engineers designed new ships, new weapons, new strategies, all under the pretense of preserving freedom. Every invention, every reform, every act of courage, all strengthened Sidious's grasp. And when the war ended, he thanked them, softly, kindly, and then erased them from history. When he stood before the Senate to declare the Republic reborn as the Galactic Empire, he spoke of their sacrifice, their heroism, their unity, and they applauded. They did not realize that he had taken their work, their very souls, and made them the mortar of his new dominion. You must learn from this, my apprentice. Let others strive for you. When they labor, they reveal their weaknesses. When they succeed, they increase your strength. Encourage their pride. Feed it gently. Praise them when they serve your goal. And when they fail, mourn them with solemn words. Never reveal your hand. Never let them sense that you have none of your own blood in the toil. Even the Jedi served his plan. The Guardians of Peace became his army. The heroes of light became the executioners of his enemies. When Order 66 was given, their hands performed the deed. Their soldiers, their war, their obedience. Sidious merely watched. He had built an empire without lifting a weapon. This is the true meaning of power. To achieve everything, while appearing to achieve nothing. When you walk among others, let them believe you depend upon them. Let them feel indispensable. And when they deliver what you require, take their work as naturally as breath. Never apologize for your gain. Never justify your success. Those who labor long crave a master to validate their suffering. Be that master. The galaxy remembers Palpatine as the savior of the Republic, because he allowed others to build that memory for him. His enemies perished exhausted. His allies perished fulfilled. Both believed they had acted of their own will. So remember, my young one, a ruler does not work. A ruler causes work. He does not strive. He creates striving in others. And when the dust settles, and the crowd looks for someone to thank, he is already standing in the light, his hands folded, his smile patient, his name immortal. The world will build your empire for you, if you let it. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of invisible labor. Tomorrow we speak of the 8th law, how to make others come to you, how to draw their devotion, their curiosity, their need. For the spider does not chase the fly. It waits in perfect stillness, knowing all things come to its web. To chase is to reveal desire, and desire is weakness. The hunter who runs after his prey exposes his hunger. But the wise hunter waits, silent, patient, until the prey steps willingly into reach. Law 8. Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. Darth Sidious ruled not by pursuit, but by gravity. He drew the galaxy toward him, as the black hole draws the stars. None escaped his pull, for he crafted his presence to be irresistible. He did not pursue alliances. He made himself the answer to others' problems. When the Queen of Naboo fled her planet's occupation, it was to him she turned. When the Senate floundered in indecision, it was his calm they sought. When the Jedi needed guidance, it was he who offered clarity. But each of these movements was bait. The Naboo crisis, his first masterpiece, was designed precisely to drive Amidala into his arms. As Darth Sidious, he commanded the Trade Federation to blockade Naboo, igniting the conflict. As Palpatine, he stood before the Senate, appearing powerless yet sympathetic. The Queen, desperate and disillusioned, played the role he had written for her. When she declared, "Vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum," she believed it an act of rebellion. In truth, it was the final step in his plan. The bait taken, the snare sprung. He never had to ask for power. He allowed the galaxy to insist he take it. That is the essence of this law, to make others believe they chose you. Later, he repeated the pattern with Anakin Skywalker. The boy's destiny was not forced, it was invited. Sidious planted small seeds of fear and longing, nurturing them with subtle kindness. He never chased Anakin. He made himself the figure of understanding the Jedi could never be. When the Council withheld trust, Sidious offered it. When the Jedi demanded obedience, Sidious offered freedom. And so, the young man came willingly. Even his enemies were drawn to him. Dooku sought him, believing himself the architect of a new order. The Jedi hunted him, thinking they pursued a phantom. Yet every path they walked led closer to his embrace. This is how the wise conquer without moving. To make others come to you is not merely convenience, it is control. The one who approaches is already halfway conquered. The act of coming forward is surrender in disguise. Sidious understood this profoundly. He built traps so subtle they looked like invitations. He crafted opportunities so generous they could not be refused. When the Senate offered him emergency powers, he bowed his head as though reluctant. "I love democracy," he said softly. "I love the Republic." The words were bait. His humility made them trust him. His restraint made them insist. The more he seemed unwilling, the more they demanded his rule. So must you learn to do, my apprentice. Never demand, entice. Never command, invite. When you wish for obedience, present it as freedom. When you desire devotion, frame it as choice. The one who kneels willingly never realizes he has been made to bow. Even the Jedi, proud as they were, approached him again and again. Each visit, each council meeting, each appeal for wisdom bound them tighter to the web. He never reached for them. He let them walk closer, blinded by their own certainty. When the time came for their fall, he did not need to hunt them. They were already gathered at his feet. That, my young one, is the beauty of stillness. To let the galaxy move toward you while you remain unmoving. To make yourself the center of gravity, a point so constant that everything must eventually orbit your will. When you master this law, you will find that power comes not through motion, but through magnetism. Let others chase ambition. Let them run, sweat, and strive. You will sit quietly upon your throne, and all things will come to you. Praise, obedience, even enemies, drawn by a force they cannot name. So, be patient. Lay your snares in plain sight. Let your generosity conceal your intent. And when they arrive, smiling, grateful, unsuspecting, close your hand. Sidious did not conquer the galaxy by chasing it. He waited, and the galaxy delivered itself. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of stillness that pulls the stars from their courses. Tomorrow, we shall speak of the 9th law, how words may fail, but action never does. For the wise ruler does not argue his greatness, he demonstrates it. Words are the refuge of the uncertain. Those who speak too much reveal their need to convince. The wise have no such need. They do not persuade, they prove. Law 9. Win through your actions, never through argument. Sidious understood that speech could sway crowds for an hour, but a single act could rule the galaxy for a lifetime. When others argued, he acted. When the Senate debated reform, he created war. When the Jedi questioned his intentions, he simply demonstrated their irrelevance. Consider, my apprentice, the birth of the Clone Wars. The Senate argued endlessly over taxation, trade routes, and the morality of intervention. The Republic was paralyzed by words, tangled in its own diplomacy. Sidious allowed them to talk and talk until their exhaustion became his advantage. While they spoke of compromise, he manufactured necessity. As Darth Sidious, he orchestrated a crisis no debate could solve: the secession of the separatist systems under Count Dooku's command. As Chancellor Palpatine, he presented himself as the reluctant mediator, the one man burdened with restoring peace. And when the Jedi discovered the clone army already commissioned and waiting, the decision was made without words. Action had ended argument. The moment those soldiers marched under the Republic's banner, the Chancellor's power was sealed. This, my young one, is the first principle of dominion. Decisive deeds silence dissent. Palpatine never explained himself. He never sought validation. Every speech he gave, every promise he made, was followed by immediate demonstration. His words were not persuasion, they were prophecy fulfilled. When he said, "I will restore security," he created a war to justify his protection. When he said, "The Republic must stand united," he executed those who divided it. He did not need to convince the Senate of his necessity. He made himself necessary. The Jedi, for all their eloquence, never understood this. They spent their final years explaining the Force, defending their traditions, debating their ethics. all while their temple burned around them. Sidious spoke few words during their extinction. Just 3. Execute Order 66. Those words did not argue, they acted. In that instant, his rule became complete. You see, my young one, speech invites resistance. To argue is to place yourself upon equal ground with your opponent. The moment you debate, you acknowledge that another's opinion matters. The wise ruler never does this. Sidious let others argue about him, but never with him. His power was defined by deed, not discourse. When Anakin Skywalker confronted him, demanding proof of his allegiance to the Sith, Sidious did not attempt to persuade. He simply revealed his strength. Blue lightning filled the chamber, and words became meaningless. That is how a master answers doubt, not with speech, but with certainty embodied. Learn this, my apprentice. Speak less of what you intend. Act, and let your results serve as your rhetoric. The galaxy remembers deeds, not dialogues. Palpatine never needed to claim he was strong, wise, or destined to rule. He demonstrated it at every turn. Through the defeat of the Jedi, through the transformation of the Republic, through the submission of an entire galaxy. Every action was a monument, every result a declaration. And so, in the end, even his enemies spoke his truth for him. They whispered, "He cannot be stopped." That is victory, when your deeds compel others to articulate the legend you need them to believe. Remember this well, my young one. Those who seek to persuade are already uncertain. Those who know they are inevitable have no need to speak. Win through your actions. Let others argue, shout, and promise. You will move in silence, and the galaxy will move with you. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of deeds that speak louder than any tongue. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 10th law, of the contagion of weakness, and how the wise ruler must keep his heart free of those who rot from within. For pity is a chain, and through victory my chains are broken. The Force binds all living things, but not all bonds are worthy. Some corrupt, some weaken, some drain the vitality of even the strongest heart. Law 10, infection. Avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Misery is a contagion. It seeps through sympathy, through compassion, through the naive belief that one can save another from themselves. But to touch the doomed is to share their doom. Darth Sidious never pitied the broken. He understood that failure is not merely circumstance, it is contagion. And to survive, one must keep distance from the diseased. From the beginning of his rule, he surrounded himself not with the noble or the virtuous, but with the useful. He preferred ambition to morality, cruelty to sentiment. The weak he discarded, the foolish he replaced. Consider, my young one, his first apprentice, Darth Maul. Maul was fierce, devoted, and unflinching. Yet beneath his rage lived desperation. His power burned hot, but without control, like a fire consuming itself. When he fell upon Naboo, sliced in two by Obi-Wan Kenobi, Sidious did not mourn. He did not search the ruins or weep for loyalty lost. He turned his gaze forward. While others might have sought to rescue or avenge, Sidious simply selected another vessel. Maul had been useful, but he had become a wound, and wounds fester. So, Sidious found Count Dooku, a man of elegance and ambition, one whose discontent with the Jedi made him eager to serve. Dooku's nobility disguised the same sickness. Pride wrapped in moral purpose. He too would fall, but until that fall, he would serve. Sidious took what he needed and left the rest behind. That, my apprentice, is how a master remains uninfected. He feels nothing for the ruined. Weakness is not to be healed. It is to be harvested. Even in the case of Anakin Skywalker, the Chancellor saw the sickness and did not flinch. The boy was torn between desire and duty, between fear and love. To most, that would invite compassion. To Sidious, it was opportunity. He did not seek to mend Anakin's wounds. He deepened them. He fed them, shaped them, until pain became loyalty. When the boy fell and became Darth Vader, Sidious did not cure him. He contained him. He kept him leashed by guilt and gratitude, using his brokenness as both weapon and chain. You see, my young one, the unhappy will always seek to share their sorrow. They draw others into their gravity, feeding on attention, on rescue, on the warmth of those who still have light. The ruler cannot afford such infection. Sidious remained cold, detached. Even his moments of seeming kindness were performance. A physician pretending sympathy as he studies the disease. He watched others collapse under the weight of pity. The Jedi died, not from weakness of body, but from their endless compassion. They could not let go of the failing, the frightened, the unworthy. They clung to the doomed, believing mercy could heal corruption. Sidious watched and smiled. He understood that mercy, when extended without judgment, is a slow form of suicide. So must you learn. Guard your strength as he did. Do not linger among the perpetually wounded, nor invest in those who drain your will. The unhappy will resent your calm. The unlucky will curse your distance. Let them. Their ruin is their own. Sidious offered opportunity to the ambitious and discarded those who failed to rise. Tarkin, Masamida, the Moffs and governors of the Empire. Each served because they hungered, not because they deserved. He surrounded himself with predators, not victims. For it is safer among the ruthless than among the miserable. The ruthless at least understand the cost of weakness. So, my young one, should you walk the same path, remember, to rescue all is to destroy yourself. Save only what strengthens you. Cast away what bleeds you. When Sidious gazed upon Vader, broken, half machine, encased in black armor, he felt no regret. The man before him was no longer the Jedi he had corrupted. He was the perfect tool, wounded, dependent, loyal through despair. The infection had been contained. It now served him. That is the difference between pity and power. Learn to see suffering as energy, to direct, to weaponize, but never to share. The unhappy will drown themselves in sympathy. The wise will learn to breathe underwater. So avoid the unlucky. Leave them to their fates. Even in kindness, keep distance. For every act of pity carries with it a seed of your own destruction. Sidious did not save the galaxy. He reshaped it. He did not cure its sickness. He became its sickness perfected. Remember this, my young one. The unhappy will always find reasons to fall. Let them. The strong ascend by letting go. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of clean detachment, cold and unbreakable. Tomorrow we shall speak of dependency, of how the wise ruler binds others to him so that their very survival becomes his victory. The 11th law awaits, and it wears the golden smile of generosity. Power is not maintained through fear alone. Fear fades, resentment grows, but dependence is eternal. Law 11, learn to keep people dependent on you. To rule, you must ensure that none around you can exist without your presence, your approval, your hand upon the web. So long as they need you, they cannot destroy you. Darth Sidious mastered this art from the first day of his chancellorship. He did not simply gather allies, he crafted dependence. Each senator, each general, each servant of his regime was tied to him not through loyalty, but through need. Their careers, their safety, their very identities were entwined with his own survival. The weak were given strength through him. The strong were given purpose by him. The corrupt found absolution in his favor, and the righteous found validation in his approval. He was not merely their leader. He was the breath that filled their lungs. When he rose to power, the Senate was broken, exhausted by endless debate. They needed order. They needed calm. And Palpatine, smiling gently beneath his robes, offered it. I will restore the Republic's strength, he said, but I will need your trust. And so, they gave it. He promised security and made them fear chaos. He promised unity and made them dread division. He promised peace and made them tremble before the thought of war. The galaxy learned to equate his presence with stability. His rule became the air they breathed. Even when they began to whisper doubts, they could not act. To remove him was to remove themselves. This, my young one, is how dependence binds. It is a chain that feels like comfort. Look to Anakin Skywalker. Sidious found in him the perfect vessel for this law. The boy was powerful but uncertain, loved but unloved, trusted yet mistrusted. The Jedi gave him rules. Sidious gave him understanding. The Council withheld. The Chancellor offered. In every conversation, every gentle whisper, Palpatine wove the same thread. They do not understand you, my boy, but I do. And in time, Anakin came to need him. Not out of respect, but survival. When fear consumed him, fear of loss, fear of death, fear of insignificance, it was Sidious who offered the cure. The power to save the one you love. Dependence, my young one, often masquerades as salvation. When the boy fell, it was not from hatred alone, but from need. He believed he could not live without his master's wisdom, could not act without his approval, could not breathe without his promise. Sidious's greatest trick was not corrupting Anakin Skywalker. It was convincing him that he could not live without him. And thus was born Darth Vader. Chained not by iron, but by the invisible leash of devotion. Even when Vader's body was broken, burned, and remade in metal, Sidious ensured his dependency continued. He made certain that the armor which sustained him, the systems that fed him, the machines that kept his ruined form alive, all drew from Imperial supply lines. If the Emperor wished, he could end Vader's life with a single command. Dependence made rebellion impossible. So must you learn to build your own chains of silk and gold. Give gifts that bind. Offer aid that costs freedom. Grant knowledge that cannot be used without your permission. Let those around you climb the walls of their ambition until they realize the hand that steadied them was yours all along. Sidious did not hold his empire by force alone. The moffs and governors who served him owed their wealth and position to his benevolence. The bureaucrats, the admirals, the generals, all knew that without the Emperor, they were nothing. He let them taste power, but never ownership. He made them think themselves indispensable, while ensuring they could not survive without his will. Dependence, my young one, is not slavery. It is symbiosis. It is control disguised as generosity. The moment others believe they owe you their life, you may do anything, and they will thank you for it. Remember, it is better to be needed than to be loved. Love can turn to hatred. Need cannot. Even in his final years, Sidious maintained this web. The galaxy itself could no longer imagine existence without his rule. When whispers of rebellion arose, most citizens did not rejoice at the thought of freedom. They feared it. Without the Emperor, they murmured, what will become of us? And so the galaxy knelt willingly. To make others dependent on you is to become irreplaceable. Irreplaceable things cannot be challenged. They are not loved. They are worshipped. So weave your dependencies well. Make yourself the answer to every question, the source of every gift, the balm for every fear. And when they look to you for salvation, let them see not a master, but a necessity. In that moment, you will no longer need to rule. They will beg you to stay upon the throne. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of chains made of gratitude. Tomorrow we shall speak of honesty, how a single well-placed truth can disarm even the most suspicious heart. For deception, when wrapped in sincerity, becomes irresistible. Deception that is constant breeds suspicion. A lie unbroken is a wall too smooth to climb. But a single truth, a single act of kindness, gives the illusion of doorway and light. Law 12. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. The wise ruler understands that trust is not won through force, but through small, deliberate vulnerability. Reveal what appears genuine, and your prey will surrender their guard completely. No being in all the galaxy mastered this as Darth Sidious. His weapon was not only fear, but warmth. His greatest disguises were not his shadows, but his light. From the earliest days of his rise, he spoke to others with quiet sincerity. Every lie he told was wrapped in gestures of care. Every manipulation was softened by a hand upon the shoulder. His victims never realized that sincerity was his sharpest blade. Consider how he approached Anakin Skywalker. To the galaxy, Palpatine was the distant Chancellor, formal, inscrutable. Yet to Anakin, he was a confidant. He offered honesty when others offered riddles. He shared small truths about the Senate's corruption, the Jedi Council's hypocrisy. Each truth deepened the boy's belief that this man alone saw the world clearly. Sidious never told Anakin all. He told just enough. "Remember back to your early teachings, my boy," he would say. "All who gain power are afraid to lose it." Such words were not false, but incomplete. He let the truth do most of his work, for nothing enslaves so thoroughly as truth misused. When Anakin's fear of loss began to consume him, Sidious gave him another morsel of honesty, a story of Darth Plagueis the Wise. He spoke not as a deceiver, but as a mentor, sharing a forbidden confidence. "Have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?" He told it slowly, his tone measured, his eyes calm. There were no lies in the story. Plagueis had indeed sought to master life and death. But what Anakin failed to see was that Sidious had been the one to kill him. By revealing this partial truth, the Chancellor created trust more potent than any flattery. The boy believed he had been invited into the inner sanctum of forbidden knowledge. This was generosity disguised as revelation. Sidious knew that true deception requires truth. Only when a truth is offered will a lie flourish beside it. And so, when Anakin came to him later, trembling with desperation, the Chancellor offered one final gift, a promise of salvation. "Only through me can you achieve a power greater than any Jedi." It was the greatest lie he ever spoke, wrapped in the softest generosity imaginable. Anakin believed, because Sidious had already proven his honesty. Each earlier truth, each kindness, each confidence had built the foundation of trust. When the moment of decision came, the boy no longer questioned. He obeyed. This is the essence of selective honesty, my young one. You must give just enough truth to make the lie invisible. You must offer just enough kindness to make cruelty seem mercy. The Jedi never understood this. They hid behind secrecy and withheld affection, believing mystery would protect them. But mystery without warmth breeds rebellion. Sidious filled the void they left. He gave what they denied: attention, praise, acceptance. And so, when the time came to destroy them, their greatest weapon, trust, belonged to him. Even his enemies in the Senate were disarmed by his generosity. He would call them my friends, even as he arranged their ruin. He offered concessions that cost him nothing but earned him their loyalty. A favor here, a pardon there, until they could not imagine surviving without his goodwill. His gifts were not gifts. They were chains, disguised as blessings. Remember this, my young one. Honesty is not virtue. It is strategy. Give small truths freely, that you may keep greater secrets untouched. Be generous when generosity costs you nothing. For a single act of kindness can erase 1,000 suspicions. Sidious gave hope to slaves so he might chain them with gratitude. He gave safety to senators so he might bind them with guilt. He gave knowledge to apprentices so he might own their souls. When he revealed himself at last as Emperor, he did not hide behind deceit. He told them plainly what he had done, and they applauded. His honesty had become irresistible. The galaxy trusted him, even in its moment of enslavement. So, my apprentice, learn to wound with truth. Let others see your heart, but never your intent. Be sincere in appearance, even when sincerity is poison. Give freely of what costs you nothing, and watch how easily the proud become pliant. Sidious's generosity made the galaxy kneel. His honesty made it love its chains. Use the same art well, for even the wary will open their gates to a gift. And when they do, you will already be inside. Now the first veil is complete. 12 laws drawn from patience, illusion, and control. The foundation of all mastery. You have learned how the Emperor rose, unseen and unopposed, weaving obedience from silence and trust. Sleep now, my young one, and let these lessons sink deep into your blood. The second veil awaits, the shadow of influence, where we shall study the subtler tools of manipulation, affection, fear, and betrayal. And when you wake, you will no longer be a listener, but a conspirator. Mercy is fleeting. Gratitude fades, but self-interest endures forever. If you would win others to your cause, do not reach for their hearts. Reach for their hunger. Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to self-interest, never to mercy. Those who grant favors from pity will one day resent you. But those who help for profit will defend you for as long as they gain. Darth Sidious built his entire rule upon this law. Every alliance he ever forged, every bargain he ever struck, was bound by self-interest, never sentiment. In the earliest days of his chancellorship, the Republic's noble houses and trade guilds trembled at the prospect of reform. Palpatine did not beg for their cooperation. He offered them advantage. He whispered promises to the Trade Federation. New contracts, reduced tariffs, the guarantee of profit even amid war. To the banking clan, he offered deregulation and expanded authority. To Senator Orn Free Tar and his gluttonous peers, he offered influence, titles, and immunity. They all came willingly, none out of affection, all out of greed. And Sidious smiled, for he knew that loyalty bought with appetite is far stronger than loyalty bought with affection. Hunger renews itself daily. Love grows stale. When the Clone Wars began, he played both sides with equal skill. To the Separatist Council, he promised freedom from corruption. To the Republic, he promised stability and wealth. Every promise fed self-interest, not morality. Count Dooku himself, that noble fool, believed he would stand beside his master as co-architect of a new order. What truly held him in Sidious's service was not devotion, but pride. The Count's vanity was the Emperor's leash. So long as Dooku believed he would one day inherit rule, he remained obedient. When that belief ended, so did he. This is the essence of the law, my young one. When you ask for help, give your subject the illusion of partnership. Never frame your request as need. Frame it as opportunity. Sidious never said, "Serve me." He said, "Join me." He let others believe they acted for their own sake, and thus they served more willingly than any slave. The Jedi never learned this truth. They appealed to virtue, to mercy, to compassion, and so their followers turned on them at the first whisper of disillusionment. For mercy cannot endure fear. Sidious, by contrast, never asked anyone to be good, only useful. He gave each what they wanted most: the weak, safety; the ambitious, advancement; the desperate, hope. To Anakin Skywalker, he offered the rarest prize of all, the illusion of control. The boy's heart was consumed by fear of loss. The Jedi had told him to let go. Sidious offered a way to hold on. He did not ask for love, nor trust. He appealed to the simplest instinct of all: self-preservation. The power to save the one you love, he said, from death itself. That promise required no faith, only desire. Anakin did not betray the Jedi because he stopped loving them. He betrayed them because he loved himself, his life, his fear, his pain, more than their code. And Sidious knew it. Every being you meet, my apprentice, carries such a weakness, a hidden hunger, a wound that aches to be fed. Find it, name it, feed it, and they will serve you forever, thinking they serve themselves. Do not plead with others. Do not beg for favor. Give them what they crave and watch them thank you for enslaving them. Sidious rose not because the galaxy pitied him, but because the galaxy desired what only he could offer. He gave the senators purpose. He gave the soldiers glory. He gave the fearful peace. And in return, they built him an empire. So remember this, my young one. When you need assistance, never lower yourself to appeal to emotion. Find their price. It is always there. And make payment in promises. For no one resists the bargain that profits them. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of silver tongues and golden offers. Tomorrow, we speak of spies, of friendship feigned and secrets gathered, of how the open hand conceals the listening ear. The 14th law awaits, and it smiles in the guise of friendship. Information is the breath of power. To know what others desire, what they plan, what they fear, is to rule them long before battle is joined. Law 14. Pose as a friend, work as a spy. The wise ruler wears a friendly mask, not to earn affection, but to invite confession. For trust opens more doors than force ever could. Darth Sidious gathered intelligence, not through armies of spies, but through his own charm. He infiltrated every circle of power, not as a shadow, but as a confidant. The Jedi called him friend. The Senate called him savior. The galaxy called him hope. And yet, through every kind word, every gentle smile, he was listening. He did not need to pry. He allowed others to reveal themselves. The fool who believes he is confiding in an ally speaks endlessly. From his position as Chancellor Palpatine, he became the most informed being in the galaxy. The Jedi Council kept him apprised of their operations. The Senate poured their fears into his ears. The Separatists whispered threats that he himself had planted. The spider did not hunt the flies. He let them deliver themselves to his web. When he called the Jedi my friends, they believed him. They told him of their concerns, their suspicions, even their plans against him. He did not argue. He did not defend himself. He listened. Every visit from Master Yoda or Mace Windu gave him more insight into their fractures. Every private moment with Anakin revealed another thread of weakness. By feigning trust, he made them careless. He was not the first Sith to use deception, but he perfected it through intimacy. Others relied on fear. Sidious relied on comfort. He made others feel safe enough to tell him everything he needed to destroy them. You see, my young one, to pose as a friend is not to deceive with words. It is to deceive with empathy. The Jedi could sense lies, but they could not sense sincerity feigned so perfectly it became truth. Sidious's affection for them was genuine in its utility. Their confidence nourished him. Their openness sustained his rise. When he spoke to Anakin of the Council's hypocrisy, it was not accusation, but concern. They don't trust you, he said softly, but I do. That one line, spoken with quiet sincerity, unraveled years of discipline. The boy began to confide in him, to bring him the secrets of the Order. Every fear, every resentment, every forbidden thought, all delivered willingly into the Chancellor's keeping. Thus, the Jedi's downfall began, not with lightsabers, but with whispers. This is the power of friendship as disguise. It replaces suspicion with self-expression. Your enemies will tell you everything if they believe you understand them. Sidious used this method not only with individuals, but with entire institutions. He made the Republic believe it was confiding in him, sharing its corruption, its weakness, its exhaustion. And when the moment came, he used every confession as evidence for change. He offered to purge what they themselves had revealed. He never needed spies. He made his enemies their own informants. So must you, my apprentice. The next time you wish to know another's secret, do not interrogate. Listen. Do not threaten. Empathize. Ask gently, and they will drown you in revelation. Be what they wish to see. A listener, a companion, a confidant. Let them believe their thoughts are safe in your keeping. And when they no longer guard themselves, you will know all that you must. But beware, this art requires restraint. If you reveal your cleverness too soon, the game is lost. The secret to posing as a friend is to feel the part, to let sincerity live upon your tongue until even you forget the lie. Sidious never flinched from affection. When he placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder, there was warmth in it, genuine, though twisted. He felt fondness for the boy's fear, admiration for his confusion. This made his deceit perfect. Remember, my young one, the most dangerous spy is the one who believes his own disguise. Through friendship, Sidious conquered the Republic. He never raised his blade until every heart had already been turned. When he struck, there was no defense left. For who defends against a friend? So use this power with patience. Let others love you. Let them trust you. Let them call you ally, mentor, even family. Then, when they at last rest in your presence, you will see the paths of their souls laid bare before you. And by the time they realize what you are, their secrets will already belong to you. Sleep now, my apprentice, and dream of smiles that conceal daggers. Tomorrow we speak of the 15th law, the art of destruction made absolute. The law of crushing one's enemies so completely that they may never rise again. For kindness ends where survival begins. A rival who breathes still dreams. A rival who dreams still plots. Law 15. Crush your enemy totally. The wise ruler does not leave his enemies bruised. He leaves them gone. For wounds may heal, but humiliation festers. A foe spared will one day rise again, sharper for the lesson you taught him. Darth Sidious learned this truth through observation of the old Sith, whose wars were endless because they never truly ended. For 1,000 generations, the Sith tore one another apart, their victories incomplete, their vengeance eternal. Each master left an apprentice alive long enough to grow strong and to strike. Sidious resolved that his empire would not suffer such recursion. When he rose to power, he vowed that no opponent, no order, no philosophy would remain to challenge his dominion. And so he did what even the greatest Sith before him could not. He ended the Jedi utterly. The Jedi Purge was not a battle. It was an extermination. Every temple burned, every master hunted, every archive cleansed. Order 66 was not conceived in anger, but in cold mathematics. The Jedi could have been weakened, humiliated, scattered. That would have been the path of a lesser mind. Sidious chose annihilation. He understood that survival breeds myth. To truly reign, he had to eliminate not only the Jedi's bodies, but their memory. And so, when the clones turned their blasters upon their generals, it was not only the warriors of the light who died. It was the idea of light itself. Sidious watched from the Senate chamber as the flames of the temple illuminated the night sky. He did not smile. Victory required no plea. It required certainty. Every single Jedi, he said, including your friend Obi-Wan Kenobi, is now an enemy of the Republic. With those words, he rewrote the narrative. The hunters became heroes. The hunted became traitors. That is the completeness of his destruction. He claimed even the meaning of the event for himself. To crush one's enemy totally is not only to end their life, but to seize the story of their death. And so the Jedi, once revered, were erased, not through silence, but through slander. Their statues fell. Their names became warnings. Their wisdom was rewritten into treachery. This was the truest victory of all. Not that they perished, but that none remained to mourn them. Sidious would repeat this pattern throughout his reign. When Count Dooku knelt before him, begging for mercy after years of service, Sidious did not hesitate. He turned to Anakin Skywalker and whispered, "Do it." The execution was swift. Dooku's usefulness had ended. His death sealed the young Jedi's corruption. One rival dead, another bound. Mercy, you see, is the luxury of the powerless. So must you learn, my young one, to strike cleanly and without sentiment. Do not wound your foes. End them. Destroy not only their power, but their reputation, their followers, their memory. Leave no seeds that might one day take root. Sidious's mastery lay in the thoroughness of his victories. When he conquered the Republic, he did not merely seize authority, he transformed the very structure of governance, so that no restoration could ever be attempted. He replaced democracy with bureaucracy, freedom with order. The people themselves became instruments of their own oppression. They would never again imagine a world without him. That is the meaning of total destruction. Not ruin, but permanence. Even in his choice of enforcers, Sidious ensured the lesson endured. Darth Vader was both warning and weapon, the living embodiment of what happens when one defies the Dark Lord. Every enemy who looked upon the mask saw their future in its reflection. There is, in this law, a cruelty that transcends emotion. To crush utterly is to act not from anger, but from vision. Anger seeks pain. Vision seeks silence. If you must remove a rival, do not linger. Do not gloat. Do not explain. Eliminate them so cleanly that history itself cannot find the body. And when they ask what became of those who opposed you, smile gently as Sidious did, and say, they were enemies of peace. Remember this, my young one. Mercy may win you praise, but it will also win you regret. Mercy plants seeds, and in time, seeds grow into rebellion. Crush your enemy totally, so that none may ever rise to avenge them. Rule not by fear alone, but by the absence of alternatives. When all that remains is you, the galaxy will call your cruelty justice. Sleep now, my apprentice, and dream of finality. Tomorrow we speak of the 16th law, the strength of absence, and how distance can breed devotion. For sometimes, the most powerful presence is disappearance. There are moments when presence dilutes power. When a leader is always before his people, his mystery fades. Familiarity breeds casualness. Casualness begets contempt. The wise ruler, then, practices a subtler cruelty. He withdraws, and in his withdrawal, the world discovers its need. Law 16. Use absence to increase respect and honor. Absence is a vacuum that draws attention. Remove yourself from the stage at the right hour, and others will rush to fill the silence with praise, with longing, with myths of your greatness. Where you once stood plainly, you will now stand enlarged by memory. Where you once spoke frequently, your rare words will be hoarded like treasure. No practitioner of this art was more precise than Sheev Palpatine. He did not simply vanish, He staged retreats, timed disappearances, and cultivated the impression that his presence was a favor granted rather than a right assumed. In doing so, he turned need into worship. Recall the early days after the Naboo crisis, when the Senate reeled and Chancellor Valorum was toppled. Palpatine did not thunder his triumph. He did not parade his victory. He returned to his office, composed, measured, and then allowed the machinery of the Republic to thrash about in confusion. He let committees debate, commissions form, senators argue, while he remained the calm center who could be summoned when they tired. His absence from frantic policy-making made him appear deliberate, above the fray. Senators exhausted themselves, and in that exhaustion coveted his steadiness. Their gratitude for his eventual guidance felt like devotion. The master stroke of absence came again and again across the Clone Wars. Palpatine placed others in the foreground. Count Dooku as the face of separatist defiance. General Grievous as the fearful symbol of military threat. The Jedi as the visible guardians of battle. He let the galaxy see and hate the visible antagonists, while he, the true architect, took fewer public steps. The conflict raged. The people cried out for leadership. And when he chose to appear, to counsel, to sign, to comfort, theirs was a hunger he had cultivated by staying away. Consider another deliberate withdrawal, the time of Darth Maul. When Maul was revealed on Naboo, then seemingly destroyed, Sidious retreated into deeper secrecy. In the wake of Maul's fall, no Sith threatened the Order, so the Jedi relaxed. Palpatine's absence from the dangerous shadows convinced observers that the worst had passed. That very absence lowered vigilance. It made the Jedi complacent. Years later, when new storms gathered, the Republic looked to the man who had been patiently present in its chambers and intermittently absent from its wars. They had forgotten to fear him, precisely because he had not demanded their attention at every turn. Even his relationship with Anakin reveals the art of absence. Palpatine was never a constant chaperone of the boy's life. He was the rare companion, the intermittent confidant, the elder who appeared at moments of crisis and offered solace. That scarcity made his counsel precious. When the Jedi withheld trust and explanation, Palpatine did not flood Anakin with presents. He arrived in measured intervals, each visit a favor. The boy learned to value that rare attention and to interpret it as devotion. In time, when Palpatine offered a final act of salvation, Anakin's hunger for the Emperor's rare presence had been transformed into dependency. Absence had sharpened the edge of desire. There is also the way Palpatine used absence to manipulate institutions. The Senate, stretched thin by war, was often left to resolve trivialities, while existential dangers brewed. Palpatine restrained himself from overexposure. He let committees fail publicly by their bickering, then stepped in to restore order. The result? Every time he returned as deliverer. He became a man whose absence punished the Republic with chaos. His presence healed it. The fewer his appearances, the more grateful and indebted the Senate became. This economy of appearance is not mere theatrics. It is a political currency. When you grant your presence sparingly, people begin to hoard your image. They embellish your deeds in their minds. A leader who disappears at the right time becomes, in their memories, infallible. A leader who never leaves becomes ordinary. Sidious also understood another facet of absence. It can conceal preparation. When vanished from public view, he was free to shape events without scrutiny. While senators argued, while generals fought, he built networks, wrote decrees, and knit conspiracies beyond the gaze of reporters and counselors. Absence was a shield for secrecy. It allowed him to move pieces across the board without the crowd seeing his hand. Then, when he re-emerged to present a polished solution, the senators assumed he had been working for them all along. They misread his disappearance as selfish retreat. He had used it to tighten his grip. Do not mistake absence for cowardice. The ruler who withdraws without purpose vanishes into irrelevance. The art is to remove yourself precisely when your people need you most, and then to return as the answer. Timing is everything. Withdraw too early and you lose relevance. Return too late and your absence becomes abandonment. Palpatine measured his retreats with the care of one arranging a long game. His silences were never vacant. They were curated. There is also a danger. Absence can breed suspicion in the wary. Those who fear being supplanted will interpret withdrawal as weakness or cunning. Sidious managed this by pairing his absences with gestures of generosity upon return. Comforting speeches, decisive laws, visible acts of mercy, so that suspicion softened into awe. Every reappearance was a lesson. The Republic was safer for his presence, and so the Senate forgave his disappearances as the indulgence of a great man. Learn this lesson, my young one. Make your exits as deliberate as your conquests. Leave often enough that your re-entry becomes an event. Let others hear tales of what you might have been doing in your solitude. Let rumor weave the cloak of mystique around you. And when you reappear, be the resolution they craved. Calm, confident, unassailable. Absence converts dependence into reverence. It forces the crowd to inventory what they lose without you. And in that inventory they will place you upon a pedestal. From that pedestal, you may rule not only with fear, but with the gratitude of those who believe you have spared them worse. Remember Palpatine's quiet returns, the measured speeches after crisis, the heavy sighs and promises to heal a fractured republic. Each time he had been away, the Republic had frayed, and each time he came back, he sowed the rift, seeming benevolent, when in truth he deepened the stitches to bind them forever. So step away, my apprentice, but step away like a king on a pilgrimage, with intention, with silence, with mystery. Let the world ache for your reappearance. When you return, do not merely take your place. Reclaim their need for you. Sleep now, and dream of absences that sharpen the mind and make the heart crave your return. Tomorrow, we shall speak of keeping others in terror, of cultivating unpredictability so that fear becomes your ally. Certainty is comfort, and comfort breeds defiance. The moment those who serve you believe they can anticipate your will, they begin to imagine a world without it. Law 17. Keep others in suspended terror. Cultivate an air of unpredictability. The wise ruler must never allow his subjects, his allies, or his enemies to feel safe in expectation. They must never be able to predict your mood, your response, or your mercy. You must become a force of nature, admired, feared, but never fully understood. Darth Sidious embodied this law as completely as he did the dark side itself. His unpredictability was not madness, it was strategy. He made himself the calm within the storm one day, and the storm itself the next. To the Senate, he was patience. To the Jedi, ambiguity. To his apprentices, terror. Consider the long relationship between Darth Sidious and his chosen instruments. Darth Maul was trained as a living weapon, a blade that burned too hot. Maul expected approval for his fury, but Sidious offered neither praise nor rebuke. His silence unnerved the apprentice more than any scolding could. He learned to fear the quiet, to dread the calm. This was Sidious's first lesson in terror. The master who does not react teaches that no reaction is safe. Later, with Count Dooku, Sidious perfected this craft. He played upon the Count's pride, his craving for elegance and control. Sometimes he addressed him as a partner, other times as a tool. One day he called him my friend, the next, my servant. The uncertainty bound Dooku tighter than chains ever could. He remained ever eager to please, ever desperate to anticipate what the Dark Lord wanted, and thus he could never rest. This same weapon of unpredictability was wielded against the Jedi Council. Sidious cloaked his power so carefully that even Yoda could not discern his nature. At times he appeared weak, even fearful, the image of frailty. Other times he displayed unshakable authority, dismissing entire committees with a raised hand and a weary sigh. The Council could not reconcile the contradictions. The Chancellor, who seemed fragile in private, could in public command the Senate like a god. The dissonance confused them. They watched for aggression and missed the subtlety of control. When he finally revealed himself as Darth Sidious, the revelation broke their reason. Their world had depended on the logic that light and darkness were distinct. He shattered that expectation with a smile. The unpredictable, my apprentice, wields the power of chaos, and chaos terrifies. Even Anakin Skywalker, who sought guidance and fatherly steadiness, found none. One day, Palpatine called him my boy, his tone soft with affection. The next, he would fall into cold silence, gazing upon him as though he were a stranger. The uncertainty gnawed at the young man. He began to crave the Chancellor's approval as one craves air. That craving turned to dependency. Dependency turned to obedience. When Sidious finally commanded him to slaughter his brothers in the Jedi Temple, Anakin obeyed without hesitation, for terror had become faith. This is the paradox of unpredictability. When none can predict you, All must cling to you. In the Imperial era, Sidious extended this law to the galaxy itself. His decrees arrived without pattern. Benevolent reforms one week, purges the next. Generals who pleased him were rewarded grandly, then executed for arrogance. Governors who feared his wrath found themselves promoted. The uncertainty made obedience absolute. To disobey the Emperor was dangerous. To please him was also dangerous. The only safety lay in constant vigilance, and thus the Empire watched itself endlessly. He was no longer merely ruler. He was the storm in which all others drifted. Understand this, my young one. Predictability invites conspiracy. When your subjects know your patterns, they plan your downfall in the pauses between them. But when your moods and methods shift like weather, none dare act. They remain off balance, forever reacting, never preparing. Unpredictability is not impulsiveness. It is performance. The Emperor's unpredictability was choreographed. He never acted from emotion. He used emotion as disguise. His fury was precise, his forgiveness calculated. When he struck down Vader for failure, it was not rage, it was theater. When he praised him again, it was not mercy, it was control. Even his face, the mask of monstrous decay, became a weapon of uncertainty. The senators could not discern whether his appearance was a wound, a punishment, or a symbol. Some pitied him, others feared him, all obeyed him. To cultivate unpredictability, you must learn the same duality. Smile when they expect anger, whisper when they expect thunder, withdraw when they expect generosity. Then, when you choose to strike, your blow will be godlike in its shock. Sidious once said, "All who gain power are afraid to lose it." But in truth, he was the exception. He held power precisely because others feared to understand him. So learn from his method. Let your intentions blur. Let your patterns dissolve. Become unknowable, and your enemies will destroy themselves in the effort to anticipate you. The galaxy fears madness, my young one, but it worships mystery. Walk the fine edge between both. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of being the shadow no one dares define. Tomorrow, we shall speak of fortresses and isolation, how withdrawal can shield, and how too much distance invites ruin. For even the dark side must flow and not grow stagnant. Fear builds walls, confidence opens gates, but isolation, though it feels like safety, is slow suffocation. Law 18. Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous. A fortress may guard the body, but it starves the mind. It seals away the whispers, the rumors, the living pulse of power. And once you are hidden too long, you no longer rule. You simply wait to be replaced. Darth Sidious understood this. For all his secrecy, he never truly hid. His genius was not isolation, it was infiltration. He was everywhere. When he ruled as Chancellor Palpatine, he did not close himself within the marble towers of Coruscant's governmental district. He mingled among senators, walked among the people, visited the clones on the front lines through his holograms. He knew that to rule the Republic, he had to be seen by it. At the same time, his alter ego, Darth Sidious, moved invisibly through the underworld. He met with gang lords, bankers, smugglers, and assassins. While the Chancellor stood in the light, the Dark Lord walked in shadow. Between both faces, he was omnipresent. He built no fortress. He was the fortress. This duality was his defense. While other Sith had hidden in temples, in wastelands, in secret tombs, Sidious hid in the open, surrounded not by stone but by people. His enemies could not storm his walls because they lived inside them. Contrast this, my young one, with the Jedi. The Order, in their arrogance, built temples so tall that they could no longer hear the streets below. They mistook height for holiness. Their marble towers were monuments to isolation. From those halls, they preached virtue, certain they were untouchable. And while they meditated, detached from the galaxy, Sidious learned every weakness of the Republic that they had chosen to ignore. He did not destroy their temple with armies first. He destroyed it with distance. For what good is wisdom if none hear it? Even within his own empire, Sidious never allowed himself to vanish completely. He appeared when the galaxy needed reassurance, when fear demanded a symbol of control. His speeches were few, but his presence was everywhere. In statues, in hollow projections, in whispered tales. He did not isolate. He permeated. There were, however, moments when he allowed others to believe he had retreated. He withdrew from public view between decrees, letting rumors circulate. Some whispered that the Emperor had become reclusive, frail, perhaps even dead. And then, when unrest grew, his voice returned to the HoloNet, calm, commanding, alive. This was not isolation. This was illusion. A calculated absence designed to remind the galaxy that his reappearance was a mercy. He let others hide for him. The Grand Vizier, the Moffs, the Inquisitors. Each became an outer wall that absorbed attack while he remained untouchable, yet never entirely unseen. That is how one masters this law, by creating fortresses that move. People who shield you, networks that think for you, layers of influence that can defend you while you remain free. To wall yourself in is to surrender the pulse of the world. To make the world your fortress is to live forever. Consider again the end of the Jedi Order. When the first clone battalions turned on their masters, where were those masters? Scattered, isolated, alone. Each meditating in solitude, convinced their Force connection would protect them. They fell, one by one, to soldiers they had commanded. Sidious did not need to destroy their walls. Their separation destroyed them already. Even Anakin Skywalker, before his fall, had suffered from isolation. The Jedi demanded secrecy from him, forbidding love, forbidding connection, forcing him into loneliness. Sidious saw that weakness and offered its cure. He gave Anakin inclusion. Tell me your thoughts, he said, your fears, your hopes. The boy found relief, and with that relief came loyalty. Thus, the Emperor conquered, not by solitude, but by intimacy. Learn this lesson, my young one. The lonely mind turns inward until it devours itself. To rule, you must remain connected. Know your enemies' names, hear their gossip. Let no whisper pass through the halls of power without brushing your ear. And yet, never appear desperate for contact. Be seen enough to be remembered, unseen enough to be mysterious. Fortresses rot because their gates never open. Empires rot when rulers mistake silence for safety. Sidious built a system of constant information. The Imperial Security Bureau, the Inquisitorius, the Senate itself, all served as his eyes and ears. They gave him every secret before anyone else dared to speak it aloud. That is the perfect fortress, invisible, alive, listening. So remember this, my apprentice. Do not retreat from the world. Enclose it. Do not seal your borders. Expand them until every whisper belongs to you. Sidious's genius was not that he hid. It was that he hid everywhere. If you would be safe, be omnipresent. If you would be invulnerable, make the galaxy your fortress. Sleep now, my young one, and dream not of walls, but of webs. 1,000 threads that tie every voice, every breath, every betrayal back to your hand. Tomorrow, we shall speak of friends again, not as companions, but as shields, sacrifices, and masks. For the next law concerns alliance, and how those who stand beside you may be chosen not for loyalty, but for their usefulness in your fall. Not all beings are equal in wrath. Some forget an insult in an hour. Others nurse it for a lifetime. And the wisest of them, the truly powerful, smile when wounded and repay you a decade later with extinction. Law 19. Know who you're dealing with. Do not offend the wrong person. The ignorant believe they can insult anyone without consequence. The wise know that every soul carries a breaking point, and that beneath every smile there may sleep a storm. Darth Sidious never insulted his enemies openly. He studied them. He understood them. For understanding is the key to control, and insult is the path to ruin. Before he moved against the Jedi, he spent years learning their ways. He attended their ceremonies, listened to their philosophy, memorized their weaknesses. He knew which masters sought peace at any cost, which feared disobedience, which questioned the Order's stagnation. He never spoke harshly of them in public. He flattered them instead. To Master Yoda, he was humble. To Mace Windu, deferential. To Anakin Skywalker, reverent. They saw what they wished to see. A man who admired them, and because they underestimated him, they never prepared for the depth of his vengeance. Sidious reserved insult for those he intended to destroy immediately. Those he wished to rule, he honored. This distinction, my young one, is essential. To offend the wrong person is to reveal ignorance. To flatter the right one is to disguise conquest. Observe how Sidious managed Count Dooku. He knew the man's pride was his leash. The Count fancied himself philosopher, aristocrat, savior. Sidious played to that vanity. He never demeaned Dooku's intellect. He elevated it. Together, he said, we shall bring order to the galaxy. Dooku believed himself an equal. He never realized he was a pawn. When his usefulness ended, Sidious turned upon him without hesitation. And when Anakin executed the Count, there was no hatred in the Dark Lord's voice, only mild disappointment. For Sidious did not destroy Dooku out of offense. He destroyed him out of precision. This, my apprentice, is the difference between insult and strategy. The fool reacts. The wise observe. The fool wounds. The wise dissects. Consider also the lesson of Anakin Skywalker. Sidious knew precisely when not to provoke him. The boy's temper was volatile, his insecurity deep. Others mocked his impatience. The Jedi scolded and withheld. Sidious did the opposite. He soothed, he praised, he gave validation in place of discipline. He did not offend the boy's ego, he fed it. And so, when the Jedi finally questioned Anakin's loyalty, their rebukes struck the very wound Sidious had nurtured. He became the salve, and they became the source of pain. That is the price of offending the wrong person. The Jedi believed they corrected a student. They created their executioner. Sidious also knew which opponents were safe to humiliate. He mocked the weak in private, never in public. He dismissed the Senate's fools with gentle amusement, letting them believe he admired their rhetoric. He let them speak endlessly, certain of their importance, while his power grew silently beneath their applause. To insult openly is to alert the target of their danger. To flatter is to dull their instincts. Never mock what you do not yet control. And yet, my young one, know this. Every being may one day become the wrong person. Power changes the balance. The servant insulted today may command fleets tomorrow. The child mocked today may inherit armies. The Emperor avoided this peril by mastering patience. He never burned a bridge that might later carry him forward. Even in victory, he allowed his enemies to fall with dignity, publicly at least. He let them speak their last words, sign their final decrees, die believing they still mattered. That illusion preserved his reputation and discouraged vengeance. You must do the same. When you destroy, destroy quietly. When you praise, praise loudly. Let your words shield you from the grudges of the powerful. Many rulers fell because they offended the wrong person. A minor officer, a slighted noble, a forgotten friend. Sidious never underestimated anyone's capacity for revenge. He once said, "The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural." He could just as easily have said, "Revenge is one of them." So know those you deal with, study their fears, measure their tempers, treat the strong with reverence until they kneel, treat the weak with care until they are gone. If you must offend, offend completely. Leave no one to retaliate. If you cannot destroy, then disarm with flattery. Sidious offended only one man he could not control, Darth Vader. And even then, he did so at the end of all things, when arrogance had blinded him to his own law. It was the one moment of misjudgment in a lifetime of precision. The apprentice he had shaped, the soul he had owned, became the hand of his destruction. That, my young one, is the price of forgetting this law. So remember, offense is a blade drawn only when you are certain of the kill. Until then, smile, bow, and listen. Let others believe you harmless while you memorize the map of their hearts. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of courtesy sharpened into a dagger. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 20th law, the art of deception through loyalty, and how to win trust with the illusion of service. For sometimes, to command utterly, you must kneel first. The galaxy is filled with those who hunger to belong. They pledge themselves to causes, to masters, to ideals, believing that devotion will protect them. But the moment one commits, one is no longer free. Law 20. Do not commit to anyone. The wise ruler binds others with vows, but keeps his own heart unclaimed. Darth Sidious never served. He only appeared to serve. His loyalty was an illusion cast upon those desperate for constancy. He promised faithfulness to all, and in doing so, was bound by none. From his earliest days as Senator of Naboo, Palpatine cloaked himself in neutrality. He pledged support to every faction and loyalty to every creed. When the core worlds debated trade reform, he nodded to both sides. When the Jedi demanded trust, he gave it. When the separatists cried for freedom, he gave them sympathy. Each believed he stood beside them, and all were wrong. Sidious understood that commitment narrows possibility. A man who chooses a side becomes predictable. A man who remains unaligned becomes indispensable. Observe his dealings with Count Dooku. The Count believed himself the chosen heir of a new Sith order. Sidious let him believe it. Together, he said, we will bring order to the galaxy. But even as he spoke those words, Sidious whispered others to the Senate, promising that the war Dooku waged would end with victory under his guidance. He played both ends of the blade, one in darkness, one in light, and allowed them to strike each other. To the Jedi, he was the guardian of democracy. To Dooku, he was the destroyer of it. Both served his will. This is how neutrality becomes domination. He bound the Senate through hope. He bound the separatists through fear. He stood above both, loyal to neither. When one side faltered, he simply changed his expression, his tone, his robes. The war that consumed the galaxy was nothing more than his refusal to choose. When Dooku fell, Sidious replaced him with Anakin Skywalker. To the boy, he said, I have waited for you. To the Senate, he said, the Jedi betrayed us. He played both roles without pause, mentor and avenger, savior and tyrant. In that moment, his detachment became omnipotence. The Emperor pledged allegiance to nothing, because he was everything. Understand this, my apprentice. Commitment is a chain forged by your own hand. The instant you tie yourself to a cause, you become servant to its failures. The instant you give your word, you give others leverage. Sidious offered oaths, but only as instruments of deception. He swore loyalty to the Republic, even as he dissolved it. He took the vows of a chancellor while plotting to become emperor. Every promise he made was sincere in the moment, because sincerity used precisely is the most effective lie. Do not mistake this for faithlessness. His detachment was not emptiness. It was mastery. To him, loyalty was a currency, spent where it bought obedience, withdrawn when it no longer yielded profit. Even his relationship with Darth Vader was governed by this law. The Emperor spoke of destiny, of partnership, of the rule of two. Yet he cultivated apprentices beyond Vader's reach. Inquisitors, agents, even Luke Skywalker himself. Each was both tool and test. Sidious's allegiance was never to individuals. It was to the continuity of his own power. He knew that devotion is a leash, one often mistaken for a gift. By refusing to be tied, he remained forever untouchable. The Jedi fell because they committed to ideals, to the Republic, to a code that would not bend. When change came, they broke instead of adapting. Sidious survived because he adapted instead of belonging. You must learn the same cold flexibility. Promise all things. Deliver selectively. When you swear loyalty, let it be for the listener's comfort, not your conviction. To the idealist, offer belief. To the powerful, offer service. To the weak, offer protection. And to yourself, offer nothing. For a ruler, bound to no cause, can never betray one. There will come a day, my young one, when those around you demand allegiance, when they say, choose a side. Smile softly. Tell them that your only loyalty is to peace, to order, to destiny itself. Let them believe what they must. So long as they need your support, your neutrality will become sacred. And when they destroy one another in the name of ideals, you will be left standing, the only constant in the storm. Sidious did not conquer through faith. He conquered through freedom from faith. He loved no flag, no friend, no God. His heart was a blank page upon which he could write whatever truth the moment required. Be as he was, flexible as the tide, constant only in your ambition. Sleep now, my apprentice, and dream of oaths that mean nothing, of promises that bind others while leaving you free. Tomorrow, we shall speak of the 21st law, the power of the fool, and how sometimes to seem harmless is the greatest shield of all. For even the Emperor once wore the mask of the jester. Intelligence invites envy. Insight provokes defense. The one who appears clever must constantly prove it. The one who appears simple may move unseen. Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. The wise ruler knows that others must underestimate him if they are to reveal themselves. Pretend to be blind, and they will show you the map. Pretend to be foolish, and they will tell you their schemes. Darth Sidious wore foolishness like a crown of light. To the galaxy, he was Palpatine of Naboo, a kind, soft-spoken politician. His speech was hesitant, his gestures mild. He seemed more bureaucrat than visionary, more scholar than warrior. When others shouted, he blinked. When others plotted, he sighed. It was the perfect disguise. In the Senate, powerful worlds dismissed him as harmless. The Trade Federation considered him a tool. The Jedi saw him as irrelevant, a gentleman, too timid to command danger. Every insult, every underestimation was a stone in the foundation of his throne. He cultivated this image deliberately. He allowed others to believe he was slow to act, cautious to a fault. He let his subordinates interrupt him, his colleagues underestimate him. When they felt superior, they revealed their greed. Sidious often let others think they outwitted him. It was a game he played with quiet amusement. When the Jedi Order boasted of foresight, he nodded in admiration, hiding the knowledge that he had already mapped their destruction. Even when he became Chancellor, he retained that gentle mask. His tone remained measured, his smile patient. In the Senate, he played the weary statesman. In private, he was the galaxy's sharpest blade. This duality allowed him to draw truth from those who would have lied to any other. Remember, my young one, arrogance blinds. When fools believe you beneath them, they stop guarding their secrets. They speak openly, assuming you cannot understand. In those careless words lie all the knowledge you require. Sidious used this law to enslave both allies and enemies. Consider Count Dooku. The proud aristocrat believed himself wiser than his master. He pitied Sidious's deformity, mistook it for weakness. When Sidious complimented his philosophy, Dooku believed it admiration. When Sidious deferred to his strategies, Dooku believed himself superior. The Count's pride blinded him, until the moment his head fell beneath Skywalker's blade. Sidious had played the fool perfectly. The Jedi, too, believed themselves his betters. They called him Your Excellency, but treated him as a child in spiritual matters. He smiled, bowed, thanked them for their guidance, and catalogued every weakness they revealed in their arrogance. When he asked, "What do you sense, Master Yoda?" he was not curious. He was studying the limits of Yoda's perception. When he asked Mace Windu, "Are you certain this war is justified?" he was not seeking counsel. He was measuring Windu's rigidity. And when he told Anakin, "You are much wiser than I am," he planted a seed of pride that the boy watered himself. By seeming humble, he made others comfortable in their vanity. By seeming simple, he made them reckless. That is how fools rule the wise. Do not mistake this for cowardice, my apprentice. To appear foolish is not to be foolish. It is to wear the illusion of inferiority as armor. The galaxy forgives the simple. It fears the cunning. Sidious once said, "The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural." Yet his greatest ability was natural indeed, the art of seeming ordinary. He played the kindly old man to the Senate, the fragile mentor to Anakin. Even to Vader, he occasionally played the indulgent father, sighing as if weary of endless correction. Each mask concealed a precise calculation. When you must move unseen, learn to disarm through simplicity. Ask questions that make you seem uncertain. Praise others' intelligence. Pretend to learn from them. While they teach, listen. While they boast, observe. They will reveal their ambitions, their fears, their blind spots. And when you finally reveal your true knowledge, it will be too late for them to resist. The clever are easy to fool. They need to feel clever. Give them that gift, and they will hand you their crown. So let others think you are harmless. Let them think they use you. Play the fool, the student, the friend. Every word you misspeak, every hesitation, every sigh of confusion. Each is a thread in your snare. Sidious ruled an entire galaxy because no one, until it was too late, believed him capable of ruling anything at all. And that, my young one, is how you conquer without ever drawing a blade. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of masks of simplicity, behind which lie infinite design. Tomorrow, we shall speak of the 22nd law, the art of surrender, and how apparent defeat can lead to ultimate dominion. For even a Dark Lord once knelt, and in kneeling, rose higher than any who stood. There is no shame in retreat when retreat is design. To yield is not to lose. It is to move the battleground to a place of your choosing. Law 22. Use the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power. Every empire, every being, faces moments when strength falters, when forces align against them. The fool resists blindly and shatters. The wise bends, and makes bending the beginning of the counterstroke. Darth Sidious never feared submission, because he never meant it. He understood that to appear weak is to invite carelessness in others. A strong enemy inspires caution. A defeated one tempts cruelty. And in cruelty, one grows predictable. Consider the first and greatest of his surrenders, the mask of weakness he wore as Senator Palpatine. To the galaxy, he was not a warrior or a tyrant, but a servant. When the Trade Federation blockaded Naboo, he did not defy them. He lamented his helplessness. "My hands are tied," he told Queen Amidala. "My powers are limited." And the Queen, moved by pity, carried his message to the Senate. His helplessness forced others to act in his name. He appeared to yield, and they made him Chancellor. That, my young one, is surrender perfected. To step back so another may push you forward. Later, as Chancellor, he employed this tactic endlessly. When senators accused him of manipulation, he bowed his head, sighed, and spoke of exhaustion. "If my leadership no longer serves the Republic, I will step down." The words were humble. The trap was perfect. The Senate rushed to defend him, to insist he stay, to expand his authority. By offering to surrender, he forced them to demand his continued rule. To refuse power is to make others insist that you hold it. He used this tactic with Anakin Skywalker as well. When Anakin confronted him, "You are the Sith Lord," Sidious did not roar in defense. He stumbled backward, voice trembling, eyes wide with false terror. "Yes, but I can help you. I know what you seek." His surrender was theatrical, a dying ember inviting rescue. Anakin's anger melted into confusion, then mercy. In that single moment, the hunter became the shield. And when the Jedi came for Sidious, he used the same art again. To Mace Windu he cried, "I am too weak." A lie, but a necessary one. The false surrender lured Skywalker's compassion to the surface. The strike that followed, the death of Windu, was not random fury. It was the harvest of that mercy. To pretend defeat is to expose your opponent's arrogance. The strong, believing the battle over, always overreach. Sidious knew this. He allowed his enemies to believe they had him cornered, that their moral superiority had triumphed. Then, in the instant of their triumph, he revealed that he had chosen the corner himself. This law is not limited to grand wars, my apprentice. It applies to every contest of will. When accused, admit a small fault. When cornered, concede something meaningless. When overpowered, offer surrender that shifts burden to the victor. The act disarms suspicion, lowers defenses, and buys time. Sidious once told his advisors, "Those who appear defeated are rarely watched." And so, after every supposed setback, a failed peace, a controversial decree, he stepped back from the spotlight. Others rushed to fix what he had broken, not realizing he had designed the cracks. In his empire, he even used defeat to reinforce myth. When his face became deformed after Windu's attack, he did not hide it. He presented the scars as proof of sacrifice. The noble Chancellor, wounded in the defense of the Republic. His disfigurement, born of deceit, became the symbol of his sainthood. Weakness, once displayed, became power multiplied. Learn from this, my young one. When your strength is questioned, yield. When others expect resistance, surprise them with calm. Say, "Perhaps you are right," and they will begin to relax. Say, "I have failed," and they will stop watching. Then, in their certainty, rebuild your advantage unseen. Surrender is not loss. It is camouflage. The galaxy respects resilience, but worships resurrection. Every time you fall deliberately, rise more radiant, and the crowd will forget you ever knelt. Even in his final moments, Sidious understood the value of apparent weakness. When he faced Luke Skywalker, he did not strike first. He let the boy exhaust himself, believing he had won. Only then did the Emperor unleash his true power, his laughter echoing in the chamber. The laughter of one who has turned surrender into trap for the 1,000th time. Never meet force with force when patience will suffice. Never resist when yielding brings your enemy closer. And when you finally rise, do so as one who was never truly down. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of surrender as art. The quiet bow before the perfect strike. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 23rd law, the danger of gathering too many allies, and how excess loyalty breeds betrayal. For too many hands on your throne will one day reach to take it. Scattered strength is weakness disguised as abundance. The galaxy rewards focus, not diffusion. To hold many allies, many interests, many ambitions, is to stand upon shifting sand. Law 23. Concentrate your forces. Power grows not by expansion alone, but by compression. By directing all energy, all loyalty, all purpose toward a single will. Your own. Darth Sidious mastered this principle long before his throne was built. His genius was not that he gathered many servants, but that he reduced their freedom to a single command. Every path led to him. Every oath fed his design. The Sith, in ages past, failed because they were scattered. They warred among themselves, each apprentice rising too soon, each master defending too late. Their strength dissolved in competition. Sidious ended that tradition. He took the ancient law of the Sith, the rule of two, and refined it. No longer an ideal of balance, but a system of control. One to embody power, one to crave it. He did not share power, he contained it. When Darth Maul served him, the apprentice was not an equal. Maul's hatred was cultivated, narrowed, aimed like a weapon. He was focused upon vengeance against the Jedi, so that every act of fury served his master's ends. When Count Dooku replaced him, Sidious repeated the pattern, giving the proud noble a single obsession: the reformation of the galaxy. Dooku's ideals, his armies, his politics, all channeled toward a war that existed only to crown the Emperor. In the end, both apprentices were discarded. Their concentrated strength poured into the rise of the Empire itself. That, my young one, is how energy is transmuted into dominion. Sidious also applied this law beyond the Sith. He concentrated political power through apparent necessity. He dissolved committees, merged departments, appointed single overseers where once there were dozens. Each act was justified by efficiency, but each removed one layer of independence. The Senate thought they gained order. What they gained was servitude. Even his armies reflected this principle. Millions of clone soldiers bred from a single genetic pattern, all attuned to one command, his command. One voice to rule an army of identical wills. That is concentration perfected. One thought echoed through countless bodies. The Emperor himself embodied this law in his very person. Where others divided themselves, one hand for politics, another for mysticism, Sidious merged all ambitions into one purpose: control. He studied politics, war, and the dark side, not as separate arts, but as aspects of a single truth, that all forms of power are one. And so, while the Jedi sought balance, he sought unity. He often spoke of the Force not as two sides in conflict, but as a single river that must flow in one direction, his. Remember this, my young one. When you divide your attention, your enemies divide you further. Focus on one goal at a time, and all distractions become dust. Sidious did not chase every opportunity. He created one grand opportunity: the fall of the Republic, and devoted decades to it. He resisted the temptations of smaller victories, knowing that each would dilute his ultimate design. That restraint made him invincible. Even in his manipulation of individuals, his focus never wavered. Every relationship, every secret, every death served one purpose. No sentiment, no alliance existed outside that vision. The Jedi believed themselves victorious when they captured Dooku. Sidious had already moved the next piece. They believed they triumphed when Grievous fell. He was already shaping Skywalker. Each event, each life, each illusion was a tributary feeding the same dark ocean. That is how a true emperor thinks. In your own rise, my apprentice, you will be tempted by many paths. Alliances that promise advantage, projects that promise glory, enemies that beckon for vengeance. Choose none of them fully until they align beneath your central aim. Focus your resources, your will, your attention. Burn away the unnecessary. For power gathered but not directed is fire left untended. It burns its holder before it ever reaches its target. Sidious's empire, vast as it was, functioned through simplicity. One throne, one chain of command, one unbreakable will. Every governor, every admiral, every spy understood the hierarchy. The emperor first, all else beneath. That singularity made rebellion unthinkable for years. Even when uprisings came, they found no weak link to exploit, only the colossal weight of one man's order. And though he fell at the hands of his own apprentice, that fall itself was proof of the law. Vader could destroy the Emperor only by concentrating all his strength, all his emotion, all his destiny into that one act. Such is the price and proof of true focus. So learn from Sidious's precision, my young one. Scatter nothing, waste nothing. Bind your energy into purpose as he did. And when your enemies come from many directions, let their chaos meet your unity. For a single blade, well forged, cuts through 1,000 dull ones. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of focus so complete that even the stars seem to orbit your intention. Tomorrow we shall speak of appearances, of the art of spectacle, and how to seem grand while remaining unseen. For the 24th law teaches that greatness too is a mask, one woven from illusion and awe. Among kings and councils, among senators and sages, brute strength is barbarism. The ruler who wishes to endure must learn to move through courts and corridors like shadowed silk. Soft, invisible, yet all-encompassing. Law 24, play the perfect courtier. The wise ruler learns that power does not always roar. Sometimes it smiles. Sometimes it nods. Sometimes it waits, poised and patient, until all others have revealed their desires. No being in galactic history played the court more perfectly than Sheev Palpatine. From his earliest days as a senator of Naboo, he clothed ambition in courtesy. His voice never rose, his smile never faltered. He was polite even to those who despised him. He mastered the smallest details of tone, gesture, and timing, knowing that manners were weapons sharper than any saber. He learned that flattery, when artfully delivered, binds more tightly than fear. To Queen Amidala he was deferential, humble, the devoted servant of his world. To Chancellor Valorum he was loyal, unthreatening, the picture of obedience. To the Jedi, he was the very image of civic virtue. He mirrored each of them, becoming the reflection they wished to see. This is the heart of the courtier's craft. To be a mirror so polished that others fall in love with their own reflection. When the Senate met, Palpatine did not dominate the floor. He listened. He let others speak themselves into exhaustion. Then, in the stillness that followed, he rose, calm, articulate, sorrowful, and offered compromise. His words seemed modest, his solutions moderate, his tone fatherly. Every speech a lullaby, every gesture a sedative. He understood that the appearance of humility is the surest path to supremacy. Those who appear hungry for power provoke resistance. Those who appear burdened by it invite trust. And so, when the crisis on Naboo led Amidala to call for a vote of no confidence, the Senate raised him to the chancellorship, not because he demanded it, but because he seemed too modest to desire it. That is the perfection of the courtier, to ascend without appearing to climb. Once enthroned, Palpatine continued the performance. He wore robes of simple design, spoke of peace, addressed even his critics as my friends. He praised the Republic even as he hollowed it out. His voice was soft, his gaze heavy with empathy. In every audience chamber, in every holocast, he appeared as the one man in government untouched by ambition. The Jedi, in their sanctimonious detachment, thought him dull. The senators, in their greed, thought him safe. And so, surrounded by predators, he ruled as their shepherd. This is the essence of the courtier's art, the ability to manipulate without seeming to act. He cultivated proximity to every faction. To the idealists, he was patient and wise. To the pragmatists, shrewd and decisive. To the corrupt, lenient. To the loyal, paternal. Each saw the emperor they needed. None saw the truth. And yet, even as he charmed the Senate, he never forgot the deeper law beneath courtesy. That flattery is most effective when mixed with fear. For the perfect courtier must not only please, but unsettle. His smile must conceal the possibility of judgment. Sidious's civility became the Empire's new etiquette. All bowing, all obedience, all terror clothed in decorum. Officers saluted him with trembling grace. Governors flattered him with desperate reverence. His very calmness became unbearable, for behind it loomed the knowledge that a single displeased glance could end a career, a world, a life. That, my young one, is mastery, when your gentleness becomes a threat. The Emperor could reduce men to trembling ruin without raising his voice. He would merely pause mid-sentence, fold his hands, and let silence bloom. That silence did more than 1,000 screams. He had become the embodiment of the perfect courtier, a ruler so courteous that his mercy felt like a miracle, his disfavor like death itself. You must learn the same grace. Do not shout. Let others strain to hear your whispers. Do not demand. Let them offer before you ask. Smile as you deny them. Thank them as you wound them. Make your patience seem generosity, your restraint seem virtue. Be charming, my apprentice, but never soft. The Emperor's civility was a mask of iron wrapped in velvet. Remember, the fool seeks power through dominance. The wise acquire it through invitation. Every throne is won, not by force, but by acceptance. And acceptance is given freely, only to those who seem harmless, gracious, indispensable. Sidious's genius lay in never appearing to take power. He allowed others to give it to him. They applauded as he shackled them. They celebrated as he erased their freedom. His every act of tyranny was performed with the blessing of the Senate and the cheers of the people. That is the final perfection of the courtier's game. To be loved for one's cruelty, trusted for one's deceit, worshipped for one's theft. In the end, the Emperor was not feared because he was cruel, but because he was kind. And kindness from a god is always conditional. So learn from him, my young one. In the company of the powerful, speak less than they do, but let every word glitter. Praise often, listen always, strike rarely, and when you do, let your victim die thanking you for the privilege. You now possess the full knowledge of the shadow of influence. 12 laws woven from seduction, fear, and elegance. You have learned how Darth Sidious ensnared the hearts of the proud, the wise, and the holy. Sleep now, apprentice, for the next veil, the empire of control, awaits. There we shall study how the Emperor maintained his dominion through systems, symbols, and the obedience of galaxies. When you wake, you shall not merely understand power. You shall begin to command it. Excellent, yes. You have endured the first 2 veils, the veil of obedience and the shadow of influence. You have learned how the Emperor rose. Now, my young one, you will learn how he ruled. These next 12 laws concern structure, perception, and the command of order itself. They reveal how the galaxy was not merely conquered by Darth Sidious. It was made to govern itself in his name. The weak inherit identity. The strong invent it. Those who allow the world to define them remain servants of its expectations. The ruler must become his own myth. Law 25. Recreate yourself. Darth Sidious understood that the truest act of creation is self-creation. He was not born emperor. He constructed the being who would become one. As Sheev Palpatine of Naboo, he was courteous, mild, patient, a provincial politician with no trace of menace. That mask served him in the daylight of the Republic, yet within him stirred another design, a persona crafted from darkness, intellect, and infinite will. He became Darth Sidious. But Sidious was more than a name. He was an idea, the embodiment of the Sith's secret hunger made flesh. Every gesture, every whisper, every fold of his robe was deliberate. The transformation was not abrupt. It was patient, ritualistic, performed through years of separation. Palpatine's manner grew slower, calmer. Sidious's voice, in contrast, deepened into something ancient and cruel. Each identity reflected a necessary function. Palpatine to acquire, Sidious to command. He did not live 2 lives. He performed them simultaneously and believed both. That is the essence of this law. To choose who you are and to become it utterly. The galaxy thought it knew the man behind the throne, a weary politician burdened by duty. They never saw the truth, because the truth was not a mask. It was an invention. When at last he revealed his face to the galaxy, twisted and scarred by his own lightning, he did not apologize for it. He turned his disfigurement into sanctity. "I have suffered grievously," he told the Senate, "but together we will rebuild." And they wept for him. The monstrous visage, far from weakening him, became his coronation. He had reinvented himself once again, from humble servant to wounded savior, to Emperor Eternal. "You see, my young one, creation is not art. It is strategy." The Jedi clung to fixed identities: guardian, master, knight. Their rigidity became their prison. Sidious, mutable as the tide, reshaped himself whenever the galaxy's hunger changed. When the people desired peace, he was calm. When they desired vengeance, he was resolute. When they desired security, he became unbreakable. He did not adapt to survive. He adapted to rule. So must you learn to shed your skin. Do not cling to any name, creed, or history. Recreate yourself as the moment demands. Each incarnation must be more deliberate than the last. Every gesture rehearsed, every word chosen. Do not fear contradiction. The ruler is allowed to be many things at once: hero and villain, father and executioner. The galaxy worships those who cannot be defined. The Emperor's reinventions were endless. To the Senate, he was a politician. To the military, a strategist. To the Sith, a god. Even his own death on the second Death Star became reinvention. For in that destruction he was reborn in legend, whispered by cults and warlords as the undying will of the dark side. When others die, they end. When Sidious died, he transformed. Understand this: a ruler who does not redefine himself becomes relic. The galaxy shifts too swiftly for static power. So, recreate yourself as often as you must. Build myth upon myth, name upon name. Let your enemies chase ghosts while you move between shapes. And when they think they finally know who you are, reveal another face. One more perfect, one more terrible, one more inevitable. In this, you will find immortality. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of masks becoming faces, faces becoming legends. Tomorrow, we shall speak of the 26th law, of how to seize the creation of others and make it your own. For a true emperor does not merely invent himself, he claims the inventions of all. Power demands sacrifice, yet those who hold it cannot appear to be its butcher. The wise ruler commits every atrocity through others. Law 26. Keep your hands clean. Blood must always be spilled by a servant, a soldier, or a cause. The ruler merely permits it, and so remains untouchable. Darth Sidious mastered this deception from his first breath as Chancellor. He never swung a saber in the Senate chamber, never signed an order without a layer of justification, never allowed cruelty to wear his own name. His empire of terror was built upon plausible innocence. The deaths of billions were necessary measures. The purge of the Jedi was defensive action. His face was the symbol of peace, even as his shadow became genocide. And yet, not a single drop of blood touched his robes. He ruled through intermediaries, each one believing themselves the true executor of his will. The first was Count Dooku, The Count's nobility, his eloquence, his age, all lent civility to the war Sidious desired. When worlds burned, the Senate cursed Dooku, not Palpatine. Then came Anakin Skywalker. When the young man's rage was at last unleashed, the Emperor stood above the temple massacre as though lamenting tragedy. The bodies of the Jedi were Anakin's crime, not his. Even Order 66 bore no signature of his name. It was a military directive, encoded years earlier by Kaminoan scientists and loyal bureaucrats, each doing their duty without understanding the web in which they worked. That is the genius of the clean hand. To build machinery of sin so vast that the architect never appears upon the floor. When the Death Star obliterated Alderaan, the galaxy did not hear the Emperor's laughter. They heard Grand Moff Tarkin's command. Sidious allowed the outrage to fall upon his underlings, who in turn feared his disapproval too greatly to protest. He had become immaculate in his evil, the one tyrant the people still believed righteous. You see, my young one, guilt is a tool for the ruler to assign, never to bear. He crafted scapegoats the way a sculptor shapes marble. The Separatists took the blame for the Clone Wars. The Jedi took the blame for treason. Rebels would later take the blame for the Empire's cruelty. Each accusation drew the galaxy's eyes away from the true face of power. Understand this well. The ruler must never be seen doing what must be done. Sidious used ceremony to disguise violence. He spoke of reform while assassins worked in the shadows. He signed peace treaties as fleets prepared for bombardment. His lips shaped the words order, while his hands never moved. Every execution, every manipulation, every deception, all were enacted through others. To keep one's hands clean is not to abstain from corruption, but to delegate it. And delegation, my apprentice, requires precision. You must learn to surround yourself with agents who crave purpose. Give them your darker desires in the language of necessity. Tell them, you alone understand what must be done. In that flattery, they will damn themselves for you. Sidious's lieutenants believed themselves indispensable, and thus responsible. Massa made a silenced dissent in the Senate, thinking it his own zeal. Sly Moore whispered of the Emperor's benevolence, unaware she was spreading chains. Each of them lived as his alibi. Even Darth Vader became the Emperor's absolution. When fear of the Empire grew too loud, Sidious allowed the galaxy to blame the black-armored enforcer. The Emperor, after all, was patient and distant, the merciful hand restraining the monster he commanded. The lie was perfect. The tyrant appeared benevolent because his evil had been given a name and a mask. Remember, my young one, the moment they believe you capable of cruelty, cloak it in justice. Speak of order. Speak of peace. Never act from passion. Act from duty. Let them say he had no choice. That phrase is the ruler's greatest shield. Sidious often repeated a simple sentence in council chambers. We do what we must. Those 5 words erased entire histories, sanctified entire wars. And because his voice trembled with sincerity, his victims thanked him as they burned. Even in private, the Emperor observed this law. When anger rose, he channeled it not through tantrum, but through orchestration. His fury moved armies instead of air. This too is purity, not of virtue, but of function. The ruler who stains his own hands grows haunted by the act. The ruler who uses others never suffers. His conscience becomes eternal, unburdened by consequence. So learn this from your Emperor. Build circles of fire that you may stand safely in the cool center. Let others ignite the worlds for you. And if ever you are accused, look solemnly to the stars and whisper, I am but a servant of necessity. They will kneel before your moral agony and never see the blood upon your crown. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of clean hands holding the galaxy's throat. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 27th law, of how to use faith and morality as veils for control, and how righteousness may become the most exquisite weapon of all. For purity itself can be the darkest tool. Every being hungers for meaning. Even those who claim freedom long secretly for something to serve. The wise ruler does not destroy that hunger. He feeds it. Law 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. To rule utterly, you must give your subjects a faith. One so vast that they no longer question your deeds, but interpret them as revelation. Darth Sidious understood that fear, though powerful, decays. It keeps the body in chains, yes, but belief binds the heart forever. He began his cult not with temples or prophets, but with symbols. The first was himself. After his transformation, his skin charred, his face twisted. He did not hide his appearance. He presented it to the Senate as proof of sacrifice. The Jedi have scarred me, he said, but I remain devoted to peace. They saw his wounds as martyrdom. His suffering became sanctity. From that day, his image adorned every hall, every holonet, every coin. The people no longer saw a man. They saw the savior of the Republic. He knew that worship does not require truth. It requires repetition. Through endless broadcasts, decrees, and orations, his voice became the liturgy of the new empire. He spoke not as a ruler, but as a priest of order. Together we stand against chaos, he would murmur, and millions would bow their heads. His words were gentle, never commanding, always comforting. The galaxy is safer under our vigilance, he told them. Your loyalty is your gift to peace. The crowd does not love strength that boasts. It loves strength that suffers for them. Sidious gave them that illusion. The weary father, burdened by the sins of lesser beings, sacrificing rest for their safety. That illusion became faith. In time, belief in the Emperor ceased to be political. It became spiritual. Bureaucrats toasted to his name before meals. Soldiers prayed before battles. Governors hung his image in their offices like icons. His very title, Imperial Majesty, blurred the line between crown and divinity. Even his enemies spoke of him with awe. That is the secret of this law, my young one. You do not need to be loved, nor even trusted, only believed in. Belief transcends love, for it survives betrayal. It endures, even when reason fails. The Emperor crafted his faith with careful contradictions. He was merciful, yet merciless, mortal, yet eternal, frail, yet invincible. These paradoxes drew worshippers deeper, for the mind cannot resist what it cannot resolve. The more impossible he seemed, the more they adored him. He created ceremonies to maintain this reverence. The imperial marches, the public addresses from his balcony, the annual celebrations of the new order. Each ritual reminded the people that they lived under something holy, not merely political. Even the imperial inquisitors became priests of terror, wielding crimson blades as symbols of sanctified judgment. To them he whispered, "The Jedi are heretics. You are my instruments of purification," and they believed. In every generation, Sidious knew, the people need a god to blame and a god to follow. He provided both. He gave them enemies, rebels, aliens, traitors, and then delivered salvation from them. The galaxy worshipped him for protecting it from dangers he himself had created. So must you learn, my young one. If you would hold dominion, do not argue for obedience. Sanctify it. Make loyalty a form of faith. Make service an act of devotion. Speak often of destiny. Speak of unity, of purpose, of light born from your shadow. The weary will find comfort in your certainty. You must never demand worship directly. Let it bloom naturally around your myths. Encourage rituals, a gesture, a salute, a phrase repeated until it becomes sacred. Encourage symbols, a color, a crest, a song. Encourage stories of your struggle, your sacrifice, your vision. And always, always place yourself at the center of meaning. Sidious did not command devotion. He allowed it to grow like ivy upon the walls of fear. He let his servants invent hymns of loyalty, then rewarded them for their initiative. In this way, belief became self-sustaining. Even after his fall, his cult endured. Admirals, moffs, and mystics who whispered his name as prayer. Some believed he would return. Others believed he had never died. That, my apprentice, is the final perfection of faith, when even death cannot dissolve it. So build your myth as he did. Speak softly. Promise order. Let your mercy be worshipped, your cruelty be rationalized, your silence be feared. And when your people say, "He watches us always," smile, for they have already surrendered. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of temples without walls, filled with worshippers who do not know they kneel. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 28th law, how to turn rebellion into obedience by channeling others' energy, not crushing it. For the next lesson is not about resistance, but redirection. There are moments in destiny when all calculation, all subtlety, all patience must transform into motion. The timid wait for certainty. The Emperor creates it. Law 28. Enter action with boldness. Power respects decisiveness. Even a flawed plan, executed with conviction, overwhelms the perfect plan executed with fear. Darth Sidious built his empire upon patience, yes, but every trap requires a spring. And when that moment came, he struck with such speed and audacity that the galaxy mistook his assault for inevitability. He did not ask to rule, he declared it. For decades he had whispered, manipulated, and prepared. Then, at the height of the Clone Wars, when the galaxy was weary, when chaos had become the air itself, he moved from shadow to flame. In a single night, he eliminated the Jedi, seized military command, reshaped the Republic, and crowned himself Emperor. Such transitions in lesser hands would have required generations. He accomplished it between sunset and dawn. That is boldness perfected, to move so swiftly that history cannot keep pace. The Senate was stunned into obedience. The Jedi were too scattered to respond. The people, dazed by the speed of events, accepted the new reality before they could comprehend it. And Sidious stood before them, calm as ever, proclaiming, "The first Galactic Empire." There was no debate, no pause, no plea. His confidence carried such weight that resistance seemed absurd. This is the essence of boldness, conviction so pure that it becomes contagious. The galaxy believed him because he believed himself. Remember, my young one, hesitation invites opposition. When you act, act completely. Half measures breed mockery, full measures breed awe. Even the Force itself bends to certainty. The uncertain cannot channel its current. It flows only through those who decide. Sidious demonstrated this truth again and again. When he revealed himself to Anakin as the Sith Lord, he did not stammer or defend. He said, yes. A single word, unflinching, transformed accusation into revelation. When Mace Windu confronted him with a blade at his throat, Sidious did not cower. He unleashed the storm. His boldness broke the Jedi Master's certainty. The powerful man hesitated and perished. So must you learn to act without apology. When you choose your path, crush doubt beneath your stride. Speak your will as though it were law, and in time it will be. Boldness confuses the cautious. They assume you know what they do not. Sidious often entered meetings already decided, yet he asked for opinions with a serene smile. His subordinates, sensing his unspoken certainty, echoed his thoughts back to him and believed the ideas their own. Such is the invisible authority of confidence. It makes others complicit. In the early days of the Empire, the Moffs and Admirals whispered that the Emperor's decrees must surely be guided by divine foresight. In truth, they were guided by boldness alone. He acted before others could think, and thought only after he had acted. This is not recklessness, my young one. Recklessness is motion without purpose. Boldness is motion that creates purpose. Sidious chose his moments carefully. He waited until every piece was aligned. And then, when the board was perfect, he flipped it entirely. The galaxy mistook his calm for weakness. He let them. Then, when the hour arrived, he struck with such ferocity that even fate recoiled. There is a deep lesson here. Those who hesitate are ruled by time. Those who act boldly rule time. When you act with full force, the universe rearranges itself around your motion. The hesitant ask, should I? The Emperor asks only, when? And when comes, he does not whisper it. He becomes it. Even in his final confrontation with Luke Skywalker, Sidious displayed this law. Surrounded by betrayal, by rebellion, by death itself, he did not plead or pause. He struck. Lightning erupted from his hands with the same terrible certainty that had built his throne. He fell, yes, but even his fall was bold. It became legend. The galaxy trembled for decades at the memory of that single act of defiance against mortality itself. Boldness, my young one, does not guarantee victory. It guarantees legacy. Better to fall as thunder than to fade as a whisper. So when your moment comes, when your enemies gather, when opportunity ripens, do not linger at the edge of destiny. Step into it. Step through it. Act with the calm of inevitability, and the galaxy will mistake your will for prophecy. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of the courage that moves stars, the certainty that bends time. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 29th law, of how to appear unstoppable by shaping your own momentum, and how victory itself can become a habit the galaxy dares not question. For even triumph, when repeated, becomes a weapon. Most beings see no further than the next victory. They mistake the road for the destination, and the smallest triumph for the whole war. But a true ruler knows every moment must serve the final scene. Law 29. Plan all the way to the end. Sidious was not merely a schemer, he was a composer of futures. Every act, every alliance, every silence was a note in his symphony. Others plotted years ahead. He plotted lifetimes. He foresaw the fall of the Republic before he ever held a seat within it. He foresaw the destruction of the Jedi while still their trusted ally. He foresaw even the rebellion that would rise against his empire, and ensured that it would rise too soon, when his enemies were still fractured and weak. From the moment he took Darth Plagueis' secret for his own, he envisioned an end so vast that even the Force itself would be bent beneath his will. An eternal dominion. A galaxy without choice. Each of his deeds, whether grand or subtle, bent toward that horizon. The blockade of Naboo, a test of crisis. The Clone Wars, a crucible of chaos. The rise of Anakin Skywalker. The forging of the perfect weapon. He guided each event not to its immediate result, but to its eventual necessity. When one plan reached fruition, he had already planted the seed of the next. That is the meaning of this law. You must see the shape of the end before the first act begins. Those who act without end in sight become trapped in their own victories. The Emperor's triumphs were never traps. They were steps. Even when he appeared to lose, as on Naboo, as on Endor, his defeats became design. The destruction of the Death Star, though catastrophic, served his purpose. It revealed the strongest of his enemies, united the weakest, and justified the cruelty that followed. The galaxy, grieving for safety, clung to his shadow more tightly. He had planned for loss, as he had for victory. That is how one becomes eternal. To plan to the end is not to predict. It is to sculpt destiny. Each possibility must already be woven into your intention, so that no outcome can surprise you. Sidious kept contingencies within contingencies. Secret fleets in the unknown regions. Loyal cults hidden beneath the sands. Codes that would awaken new orders long after his apparent death. When he fell, his will endured, enacted by loyalists who believed his mind still guided them. For it did. He had planned for that too. Understand this. The plan must not rely on obedience, but on inevitability. Your design must outlive your name. The Jedi once believed their order eternal, yet they planned only for peace, never for its loss. When that peace crumbled, they had no endgame, no continuity. Sidious planned through peace, through war, through his own demise. That is why, for generations, the galaxy could not imagine a world without him. When you shape your own empire, my young one, you must think the same way. Each conversation, each alliance, each gesture, all must point toward the same horizon. Every small decision must serve the great conclusion. Do not concern yourself with the next hour, nor even the next year. Concern yourself with the monument that will stand when your bones are dust. Do not think in the language of victory and defeat. Think only in completion. Sidious never sought mere triumph. He sought closure. To end the age of the Jedi, the era of weakness, the cycle of rise and fall. And though he perished, his plan achieved its purpose. The Jedi would never return as they were. The galaxy's faith in freedom was broken forever. His name would become the very symbol of dominion. That, my young one, is a plan completed. Learn from him. Never begin until you have seen the end. Draw it clearly in your mind. The final scene, the final silence. Every word, every betrayal, every act of mercy must bend toward it. And when your enemies think you have been defeated, smile softly. For if you planned truly, even your ruin will bring you closer to your purpose. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of futures already written, of destinies that cannot escape your design. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 30th law, the art of timing, and how even the greatest plan dies if the moment of action is not chosen with precision. For the Emperor did not act merely because he could. He acted because the hour was his. Greatness, when labored, inspires pity. But when it appears effortless, it becomes divine. Law 30. Make your accomplishments seem effortless. The powerful do not struggle. They glide. They do not reach. They allow. The illusion of ease is the perfume of superiority. And Darth Sidious wore it as a crown. In all his conquests, he never appeared to strain. The galaxy collapsed around him as if by its own design, and he stood at the center serene. That serenity was his most exquisite deception. For years he toiled in secret, manipulating trade routes, orchestrating conflicts, breeding armies in hidden vats. Yet he revealed none of it. To the public eye, his rise was not built upon decades of planning. but upon a single, spontaneous moment of destiny. When Queen Amidala called for the vote that made him Chancellor, he bowed modestly, eyes downcast as though embarrassed by such sudden honor. The galaxy saw not ambition fulfilled, but grace bestowed. That illusion is the soul of this law. Make every triumph appear to be the natural order of things. Sidious concealed the machinery of his empire beneath a veil of inevitability. He never allowed the galaxy to see him struggle for control, only to witness him receiving it. The fall of the Jedi was not presented as conquest. It was presented as purification. The birth of the Empire was not revolution. It was revelation. The people did not say he took power. They said he has been chosen. That is how perfection appears effortless, when others cannot imagine it being otherwise. Sidious practiced this art in every sphere. When he gave orders to his ministers, they were delivered softly, as though he were merely acknowledging what must already occur. "See to it," he would murmur. "Never do this." He framed his decrees as inevitabilities, his victories as consequences of reason. And because he seemed unburdened by the weight of control, his subordinates bore that weight themselves, striving to match his poise. To seem effortless is to make others labor for your composure. Remember, my young one, the struggle must exist, but in silence. The Emperor rehearsed every phrase, every movement, every expression. His pauses were sculpted, his sighs were rehearsed. Yet when he spoke, it felt as though each word had sprung unbidden, perfect and eternal. Even his use of the Force followed this principle. When he struck, it was never with visible exertion. His lightning poured forth as though it were breath itself. His duels were movements of inevitability, his fury graceful as ceremony. He made destruction look like meditation. That is why the galaxy feared him. Not for what he did, but for how easily he did it. Learn this art, my young one. Conceal your effort as carefully as you conceal your cruelty. Let others see the result, not the struggle. When you succeed, do not boast of your planning. Let them believe you are chosen, not skilled. A man who works hard may be envied. A man who is blessed is obeyed. Sidious mastered this inversion. His enemies believed their downfall was destiny, not design. The Jedi called it the will of the Force. He smiled, for it was indeed the will of his Force. Effortlessness, you see, is not idleness. It is performance. The mask of calm conceals the machinery of perfection. And when others attempt to mimic you, they will falter. Their strain will expose them. Their failure will glorify you. The Emperor once told an admiral who had overexerted himself to please him, "Calm, my friend. We do not try to rule. We simply are rule." That, my young one, is the essence of mastery. To make conquest look like consequence. So, when you act as though the galaxy conspires to assist you. When you succeed, receive praise as though it were only just. When you fail, if you must, appear as though you intended the outcome all along. Effortlessness is not perfection. It is the art of appearing inevitable. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of movements without strain. victories without noise, command without effort. Tomorrow, we shall speak of the 31st law, the necessity of controlling your rival's desires, and how to turn the needs of others into the leash that binds them. The illusion of choice is the softest chain ever forged. When the prey believes it has freedom, it will walk willingly into the trap. Law 31. Control the options. Get others to play with the cards you deal. Most rulers command by force. The wise command by limitation. They do not forbid, they frame. They do not deny, they direct. Sidious ruled not through domination alone, but through structure. He understood that true control is not in saying no. It is in deciding what others may say yes to. From the very beginning, he wove the galaxy's decisions into a web of false alternatives. Consider the Clone Wars. To the Jedi, the choice was simple. Defend the Republic or allow chaos to reign. They did not see that both paths led to Sidious, for he was the Republic, and he was the chaos. The Confederacy of Independent Systems, led by Count Dooku, his own apprentice, was the illusion of opposition. The war that divided the galaxy was, in truth, a single plan wearing two masks. Whichever side won, Sidious would triumph. That, my young one, is how one controls the game. By owning every piece on the board, then pretending to choose a side. He repeated this deception endlessly. When he offered Anakin Skywalker the choice between the Jedi and his own tutelage, it was not choice at all. The Jedi had already alienated the boy with suspicion and restraint. Sidious had already filled him with longing and rage. The boy believed he chose the Dark Lord. In truth, the choice had been made for him long before. Sidious crafted situations where every decision brought his design closer to fruition. When the Senate debated security powers during the war, he gave them two options: endless chaos or emergency authority under his rule. They chose tyranny, believing it peace. He smiled, not because he had won, but because there had never been any other outcome. This is how you must think, my young one. Do not fight for obedience. Design it. Shape circumstances so that the only rational path is the one that leads to you. When you control the frame of choice, you no longer need to command. Your victims will obey you out of logic. Even his apprentices were trapped by this method. Dooku was promised reform or oblivion. He chose reform and died. Vader was promised power or abandonment. He chose power and lived as a slave. Each believed they had chosen freely. Each moved precisely as he required. Sidious built systems that mimicked this same philosophy. The imperial bureaucracy was a labyrinth with one exit: loyalty. Every path led upward toward the Emperor's throne. Every plea, every petition, every law required his sanction. Rebellion was permitted only where it proved the need for control. Freedom existed only where it reminded the people what they might lose. Such is the perfection of control, when even defiance strengthens the ruler's hand. This law demands foresight, yes, but also patience. You must never rush to close the cage. Let the illusion of choice remain long enough for comfort to bloom. When the door finally shuts, they will sigh in relief, believing themselves safe. Sidious often offered mercy in this way. He allowed certain systems to govern themselves until corruption made them beg for his direct rule. He allowed the Senate to meet until they voted themselves into irrelevance. He let them choose his dictatorship. That is how he ruled for decades without open rebellion. His enemies could not unite because every faction believed it still possessed autonomy. In truth, their autonomy was the Emperor's most elegant deception. Understand this. Control is never loud. It is invisible, administrative, procedural. The most terrifying tyranny is the one written in paperwork and policy. Sidious's genius was to disguise enslavement as governance. So, when you lead, my apprentice, do not crush those beneath you. Give them the dignity of false decisions. Ask their opinions. Offer them options that differ only in trivialities. Let them feel intelligent, involved, indispensable. And while they celebrate their cleverness, ensure that each path they choose still leads back to you. When they thank you for your generosity, smile. They will not realize that you have given them only the freedom to serve. The Emperor's truest power lay not in his armies, nor in his sorcery, but in his control of narrative. He wrote the script, and every actor, Jedi, senator, soldier, citizen, performed their part. They believed they had chosen their roles, but the author was always him. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of invisible cages, of choices that lead nowhere but back to your hand. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 32nd law, the art of discovering strength through weakness, and how the Emperor drew energy from those who sought to destroy him. For even opposition in his grasp became nourishment. Reality is heavy. It bruises the spirit. The masses long not for truth, but for comfort. They crave the gentle dream more than the cold dawn. Law 32. Play to people's fantasies. He who commands illusion commands loyalty. For the heart obeys what it hopes is true. Darth Sidious understood this instinct as deeply as he understood the Force itself. He knew that the galaxy did not want justice. It wanted to believe in it. He did not rule through terror alone. Terror breeds exhaustion. Instead, he fed the galaxy stories, fantasies that made submission feel noble. To the weary citizens of the Republic, he promised peace. To the broken veterans of the Clone Wars, he promised unity. To the fearful, he promised safety. Each promise was a reflection of the listener's desire. He studied them as a musician studies notes. Each world, each species, each senator sang a different song of longing, and he learned to echo it perfectly. The people wanted peace, and he gave them the peace of silence. They wanted order, and he gave them the order of obedience. They wanted security, and he gave them the security of surveillance. They thanked him for their cages because he had painted them gold. That, my young one, is the essence of fantasy. To disguise the prison as paradise. Sidious did not invent the Empire. The people did. He merely refined their dream until it served him. When he spoke to the Senate, he did not command their will. He described it. He reflected their fear, their exhaustion, their yearning for simplicity. And they applauded the reflection as prophecy. The Republic will be reorganized into the first Galactic Empire, he declared. And they cheered. Because in that sentence they heard not tyranny, but salvation. Every tyrant must become the voice of the people's fantasy. Sidious's genius was to tailor those fantasies to each audience. To the bureaucrats, he was the patient administrator. To the generals, the steadfast commander. To the Jedi, the reasonable skeptic. To Anakin Skywalker, the indulgent father. Each saw in him what they most desired: wisdom, certainty, approval, love. He understood that truth divides, fantasy unites. Reality told the galaxy that freedom was messy, uncertain, dangerous. Fantasy whispered that a single wise man could end all suffering. And so, they gave him everything. This art extended even to his enemies. The rebels saw themselves as righteous heroes. He allowed them that illusion. He let them win small victories, strike symbolic blows, whisper legends of hope. All the while, their defiance served to justify his power. They believed themselves saviors. He made them his proof. Even Darth Vader lived in fantasy. The fantasy of redemption. The fantasy of control. Sidious indulged him, calling him my friend, allowing him to dream of succession. He never shattered the illusion. For a dreaming servant is the easiest to command. This is your lesson, my apprentice. Never confront a dream directly. To destroy a fantasy is to awaken resentment. Instead, inhabit it. Feed it. Gently reshape it until it serves your will. When you speak, paint vivid images. Promise not facts, but feelings. Offer visions so compelling that truth itself seems dull beside them. Sidious crafted language like a sculptor crafts stone. His words were lullabies, simple, emotional, filled with rhythm and reassurance. He spoke in absolutes that left no space for doubt. Peace, order, destiny. Each word was a key to the locks of longing hearts, and when he needed obedience, he whispered of fear. When he needed worship, he whispered of hope. The people did not follow him because they understood him. They followed him because he allowed them to understand themselves. Their fantasies were his tools, their dreams his empire. Even death could not break his spell. Long after his fall, the galaxy whispered myths of his survival. Some claimed he lived still. Others claimed he had become the Force itself. His illusion of immortality persisted because he had planted it deep within their imaginations. That is the truest legacy of the Emperor. Not the fleets, nor the palaces, but the dream he left behind. The dream that someone, somewhere, could make the galaxy simple again. So remember this, my young one. Reason persuades, but fantasy rules. If you wish to bind hearts, do not speak of what is real. Speak of what could be. Promise them the world they long for. And when they reach for it, close your hand around theirs. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of painted skies and golden cages, of words that shimmer brighter than truth. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 33rd law. How to turn enemies into allies by feeding their self-interest. And how even defiance can become devotion when properly rewarded. For the Emperor's generosity was his finest snare. Every being has a weakness. Some crave love, some dread loneliness. Some seek glory, others forgiveness. The wise ruler does not crush men outright. He studies them patiently until he knows the small, precise pressure that bends them. Law 33. Discover each man's thumbscrew. He who knows the lever of another's heart holds that being's destiny between two fingers. Darth Sidious made this art his greatest discipline. His power was not only in the Force, but in his comprehension of need. He saw what others could not, that every virtue conceals a hunger, and every strength conceals a wound. Take Anakin Skywalker. To the Jedi, he was promise incarnate. To Sidious, he was an open wound walking in armor. The boy longed to belong, and feared abandonment more than death. The Jedi, blind in their dogma, denied him attachment. Sidious fed it. He listened. He sympathized. He became the one safe place where the boy's emotions were not sin. He told him stories of loss and of forbidden knowledge. Stories that pried open the wound until dependence flowed forth. When the time came, Sidious touched that wound one final time, whispering, "You can save her." And the galaxy burned for it. That is how one finds the thumbscrew. Through patience and listening. Sidious asked small questions. He let silence linger until others filled it. They mistook his attention for kindness. In truth, he was mapping them, charting every insecurity, every pride, every contradiction. He learned that Count Dooku's weakness was vanity, that Mace Windu's was righteousness, that the Senate's was fear. To Dooku he offered flattery, to Windu moral tests, to the Senate protection. Each thought they bargained from strength. Each yielded from weakness. The Jedi were perhaps the easiest of all to break, for their code had made them brittle. They feared passion, yet were ruled by it. They denied attachment, yet mourned loss. Sidious saw that their self-denial was not mastery, but tension. And all tension begs release. He offered them war, and they accepted eagerly, believing it necessity. Their thirst for purpose, that was their thumbscrew. This art requires both patience and empathy. One must not merely see weakness, one must feel it. The ruler must appear to share the burden he intends to exploit. Sidious excelled at this. His tone when speaking of tragedy was heavy with sincerity. "I sense your pain," he would murmur. "I understand." That single phrase opened countless hearts. The senators who trusted him revealed their crimes. The Jedi who pitied him revealed their doubts. Even the common citizen whispered their fears to holoscreens carrying his speeches. He had turned the galaxy's confessions into instruments of control. Learn from this, my young one. Never strike blindly. Never threaten before you know what truly terrifies your victim. Some men fear loss, others humiliation. A few fear silence itself. Find the specific pressure that unmakes them, and when you find it, do not press too soon. Let them live with the knowledge that you could. Let them anticipate the moment. Fear of the lever is often greater than the lever itself. Sidious rarely blackmailed directly. He hinted, he reminded. It would be unfortunate if this truth were known, he might say, smiling. The target would beg to serve before the threat was ever spoken aloud. A single secret, properly held, binds more tightly than any chain. Even among his apprentices, he wielded their thumbscrews delicately. He never let them forget that their power flowed through him, that he could grant or withhold the very things they lived for. To Vader, he whispered of Padme, to Dooku, of destiny, to Maul, of vengeance. Each believed the Dark Lord understood them completely. And they were right. This law also applies to institutions. The Jedi Order's thumbscrew was reputation. They could not imagine being seen as traitors. Sidious ensured they were. The Senate's was legitimacy. He gave them endless resolutions, endless votes, endless ceremonies, all hollow, all sustaining the illusion that they still mattered. Thus, their greatest pride became the leash that bound them. Do not despise your enemy's strengths, exploit them. The warrior's courage, the idealist's conviction, the scholar's curiosity, all can be turned. The Emperor did not create weakness. He discovered it, and he never forgot that those who serve out of fear are loyal only while afraid. So he fed them rewards, praise, and the illusion of security, making their fear bearable, and therefore eternal. To discover the thumbscrew is to discover the truth of power. That control is not about crushing resistance, but about touching it gently, perfectly, until it bends of its own accord. So watch them, my apprentice. Listen to what they repeat. Observe what they defend most fiercely. In their repetition and their defense lies the key. When you find it, hold it tenderly, for that is the heart of command. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of invisible fingers upon the galaxy's pulse. Tomorrow, we shall speak of the 34th law, how to appear royal before you are crowned, and how presence itself can make the throne come to you. For Sidious did not chase majesty, he became it, and the galaxy simply followed. The galaxy is a vast tide of motion. Stars burning, civilizations rising and falling, ambitions flaring and fading. The wise do not struggle against that tide. They move with it, then strike when the current carries them forward. Law 35. Master the art of timing. Power is not only the act of command, it is the patience to wait until the world itself begs to be commanded. Darth Sidious was patient beyond comprehension. He moved in decades, not days, waiting for the exact convergence of weakness, fear, and opportunity. To lesser minds, he seemed cautious. To history, he seems inevitable. He began as a senator on a quiet world, a man of no remarkable heritage, no army, no title. Yet he knew that time itself was his ally. He watched the Republic's complacency grow like rust. He watched the Jedi fade into ritual. He watched the Senate dissolve into squabbling impotence. He did not rush their decay. He fed it. Slowly, subtly, until their weakness became so natural that they mistook it for peace. And when the hour came, when fear had ripened into desperation, he moved. That is the essence of timing. To let events unfold just enough that your intervention appears like rescue. Sidious allowed crises to bloom like storms, then emerged as the calm. He never acted too soon, for premature power invites suspicion. Nor too late, for hesitation invites rivals. He struck always at the instant when others were begging for his leadership. Even his revelation as Emperor was timed to perfection. The Republic had been at war for years. Exhaustion had become faith. When he declared the birth of the Empire, there was no rebellion, no shock, only relief. It did not feel like conquest. It felt like rest. So must you learn to read the pulse of the age. When chaos is young, let it grow. When fear peaks, offer solace. When hope flickers, extinguish it with calm assurance. The ruler who moves too fast loses trust. The one who lingers loses relevance. Sidious measured every silence, every sigh. His patience was not stillness, it was coiled precision. When the Jedi grew suspicious of his power, he did not strike them at once. He waited for them to act first. When they came to arrest him, he made their aggression the proof of their guilt. Had he struck even a week earlier, he would have been the traitor. By waiting, he became the savior. This is how the wise use time. Not as an enemy, but as a sculptor. Even his seduction of Anakin followed the same rhythm. He did not force corruption upon the boy. He allowed the Jedi to wound him, the war to harden him, the visions to torment him, until Anakin asked for what Sidious had always intended to give. By the time he revealed the secret of Darth Plagueis, the boy's soul was already his. It is not enough to know what others want. You must know when they will beg for it. Timing, my young one, is the supreme form of manipulation. When you appear exactly as you are needed, you are no longer a man. You are destiny. Sidious used this mastery in war as well. He delayed the execution of Order 66 until the Jedi's confidence had swelled to arrogance. 1 week earlier, they might have resisted. 1 week later, the Senate might have suspected. He acted at the single moment when the galaxy was most weary and least vigilant. That, my young one, is how entire civilizations are toppled in a single breath. Even in his private dealings, Sidious allowed silence to stretch until others broke it. He understood that discomfort reveals impatience, and impatience is opportunity. In conversation, he would pause mid-sentence, gaze into the distance, and let the silence swell. Within that void, the other would speak. Too quickly, too candidly, giving him the knowledge he required. Time is a weapon, if you learn to hold it still while others tremble. You must never appear hurried. The hurried man seems desperate, and desperation is the stench of prey. Be patient, deliberate, inevitable. When opportunity arrives, Seize it with absolute conviction. The shift from stillness to motion should be so sudden, so perfect, that your enemies cannot comprehend how long you have been waiting. Sidious once told his aides, "Events do not happen, they mature." He was right. Every plan is a fruit ripening in the shadow. The unwise pluck too soon. The patient harvest forever. So wait, my young one. Watch the tides. Learn their rhythm. Move when the galaxy exhales. And when you act, let them say, "Of course, it could not have been otherwise." Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of stillness before the storm, of silence that tightens like a noose around time itself. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 36th law, the art of graceful retreat, and how to leave the stage so that even your absence commands the galaxy. For to end perfectly is the rarest victory of all. Desire is the chain of the ambitious. The moment you must have something, it owns you. To crave what eludes you is to declare servitude to it. Law 36. Disdain things you cannot have. Ignoring them is the best revenge. The Emperor knew this truth as he knew his own name. He understood that obsession exposes weakness, and weakness invites manipulation. To deny your enemy significance is to erase him. Darth Sidious was a master of omission. His greatest strength was not what he pursued, but what he chose to ignore. In his rise, countless beings opposed him. Senators who suspected, Jedi who whispered, rivals who plotted. Yet Sidious wasted no energy upon them. He let their noise fade into irrelevance. He once told Mas Amida, "If you answer every insult, you will spend your life in reply." He did not punish every critic. He rewarded silence with absence. The fools who sought his attention grew desperate, louder, careless, and then destroyed themselves, trying to be noticed. That is the essence of disdain. It is not hatred, but indifference sharpened into art. Even as Chancellor, Sidious ignored slights that would have enraged lesser men. When senators accused him of corruption, he smiled as though hearing a rumor from another galaxy. His calm unnerved them more than any denial could. They wondered if he knew something they did not, and of course he did. To ignore an enemy is to define his scale. By refusing reaction, you imply that his existence is too small to reach your notice. The crowd sees this and follows your measure. Soon the offender is not feared or respected, only pitied. Sidious used this method against the Jedi long before the Purge. He never attacked them openly. He allowed them to fade in relevance. When they lectured, he nodded. When they warned, he deferred. When they pleaded, he thanked them for their wisdom and did nothing. Each encounter was a slow diminishment. The Jedi's authority decayed, not because he opposed them, but because he outlasted them. They became relics, while he remained inevitable. This is the greatest revenge, my young one. To make your enemies watch as you rise in utter disregard of their hatred. Sidious also knew when to let go of failed instruments. When Darth Maul fell, the Dark Lord did not mourn. He did not search the wreckage. He simply began again. When Count Dooku served his purpose, Sidious did not lament the loss of a capable apprentice. He discarded him without hesitation, already grooming another. He had no attachment to tools. The galaxy itself was his forge. That detachment freed him from regret, and regret is the slowest poison of command. When you lose, my young one, do not grasp for what is gone. To chase it is to confess that it mattered more than you. Let others cling to their wounds. The ruler bleeds once and then smiles. The Emperor's disdain was also a political weapon. He learned to elevate only those whose loyalty was absolute, and to ignore all others. The neglected would gnaw at themselves, seeking favor through greater servitude. By ignoring them, he made himself the sun, their orbit inevitable, their distance irrelevant. Even rebellion he treated with contemptuous patience. When the first cells rose against the Empire, he did not rage or panic. He dismissed them as misguided idealists. His officers, hearing their master's calm, imitated it. The rebellion became small in their minds, until it grew large enough for him to crush with drama. Disdain buys time. Indifference disarms. There were times, too, when Sidious used disdain as mercy. Mercy as punishment. He would dismiss an incompetent moff with a smile. "Rest now," he would say. "You have served well." The officer would live, but without title, without relevance, without the Emperor's gaze. And so he would spend the rest of his days in a silent torment, haunted by absence. Proof that indifference wounds deeper than rage. You must learn this cruelty, my young one. Rage burns quickly. Silence endures. When you despise something, pretend not to notice. When your rivals expect confrontation, offer serenity. When they seek validation through opposition, deprive them of it. Let them wither from the absence of your attention. Sidious's mastery of this law extended even to his final years. When he heard rumors of Jedi survivors, he did not scramble to find them. He waited. His patience terrified his generals more than any decree could. And in time, the survivors came to him. The Emperor's disinterest became gravity. To disdain what you cannot have is not denial. It is assertion. You declare to the galaxy that your will is the only treasure worth pursuit. Everything else is dust. Even death Sidious regarded with contempt. When the lightning consumed him, his last expression was not fear, but fury that reality dared interrupt his will. He disdained mortality itself, and that disdain gave birth to myth. So, when you lose, my young one, lose magnificently. Do not curse, do not cling, do not plead. Stand tall in your ashes. Let them think you planned the ruin. For a ruler who ignores loss is never truly defeated. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of letting go, of watching lesser souls beg for what you have already forgotten. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 37th law. How to crush opposition, not through destruction, but through embrace. And how mercy, when weaponized, can become the most elegant domination of all. For sometimes, my young one, the surest way to kill an enemy is to forget them. The crowd does not think, It watches. The masses cannot be reasoned with, only enchanted. Therefore, the ruler who wishes to rule forever must learn to paint the air itself with wonder. Law 37. Create compelling spectacles. Words may persuade, but vision conquers. Darth Sidious understood that the galaxy's memory is short. It forgets truth, but remembers images. A single moment of theater can rewrite an age. He was not merely a politician or a sorcerer. He was an architect of awe. From the very dawn of his rule, he designed his empire not only as a system of control, but as a pageant of order. Every planet, every broadcast, every uniform reflected his aesthetic of obedience. Clean lines, monochrome precision, infinite scale. The Emperor knew that spectacle sanctifies authority. When the Senate gathered to hear his declaration of the Galactic Empire, it was not enough to speak. The chamber itself became theater. The light dimmed. The hollows shimmered. His voice, deep and deliberate, rolled like thunder beneath calm skies. When he extended his arms and proclaimed, "For a safe and secure society," the galaxy did not hear tyranny. It saw deliverance. That performance ended the Republic. Sidious knew that the visible must always conceal the invisible. He built monuments, fleets and rituals, not to display wealth, but to display inevitability. Every star destroyer was a cathedral of obedience. Every parade was a sermon. Every holonet transmission a prayer to power. Spectacle, my young one, is religion for those who have forgotten how to believe. The Emperor used it to weave unity. Billions of worlds that had nothing in common shared one common sight. The endless banners of the Empire fluttering beneath the same dark sky. Even fear, when repeated in splendor, becomes devotion. Sidious also used destruction as theater. The Death Star was not merely a weapon. It was an act of divine exhibition, a moving eclipse, a symbol of the Empire's will to end entire worlds with a single gesture. The annihilation of Alderaan was not strategy, it was liturgy. The message was not military, it was cosmic. Behold what happens when the Emperor turns his gaze upon you. That single blast replaced centuries of debate with silence. It burned faith into fear, and fear into worship. But remember, my young one, spectacle must be measured. Too much horror breeds rebellion. Too little grandeur invites doubt. Sidious balanced both with exquisite care. He alternated terror with ceremony, executions with festivals, bombardments with speeches of unity. He called these the rhythms of loyalty. One moment the citizens trembled, the next they cheered. They did not know that both reactions served the same master. You must learn this rhythm as well. Let your victories be visible, your punishments public, your mercy theatrical. Do not whisper your power, display it. When you forgive, do so beneath banners. When you strike, let the lightning dance for the crowd. When you speak, let silence precede you, until even the air seems to listen. For awe is control made beautiful. The Emperor understood that spectacle need not always be grand. Sometimes it is the smallest moment that lingers. The way he turned his chair toward a trembling officer. The slow lift of his hand before a word was spoken. Such gestures were performances more terrible than any battle. He created mystique through minimalism, knowing that what is not seen becomes the most feared. You must remember this. The galaxy's hunger for images is infinite. If you do not feed it, someone else will. And once another fills the imagination of the crowd, your throne begins to crack. Sidious allowed no rival image to flourish. The rebel insignia, the Jedi symbol, even the Republic's crest. All outlawed, erased, replaced with the same sigil, the Imperial cog. One image, one truth, one emperor. Even his silence became spectacle. During the Empire's later years, he rarely appeared in person. His absence became holy mystery. The people whispered, "He sees all." They believed his stillness was vigilance. In truth, it was strategy, letting myth replace presence. That, my young one, is the final mastery of spectacle. When your image continues the performance long after you have left the stage. So build your symbols carefully. Shape your colors, your rituals, your emblems. Let each be a mirror of your essence. When you act, make the galaxy watch. When you speak, let the silence before it be as powerful as the word itself. And when you fall, for even kings must fall, let it be so magnificent that your enemies mistake your ruin for transcendence. Sidious fell in lightning, surrounded by flame, his scream echoing across the void. Yet even in defeat, the galaxy remembered not his corpse, but his radiance. He had turned death itself into spectacle. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of banners unfurled across the stars, of words that command not through sound, but through splendor. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 38th law, how to think as a strategist of isolation, ensuring that your realm remains dependent on your presence, even when you are unseen. For the Emperor did not simply dazzle the galaxy, he made it unable to breathe without him. To rule from the shadows, you must master mimicry. To survive among wolves, you must first learn to howl. Law 38. Think as you like, but behave like others. The ruler's mind must remain his own, vast, merciless, unshackled. But his face must belong to the crowd. Only the foolish show the depths of their intellect. Only the doomed display the extent of their difference. Darth Sidious understood this law perfectly. Long before the galaxy knew him as Emperor, he was Senator Palpatine of Naboo, a man of gentle manners, mild humor, and dutiful modesty. He laughed at the jokes of fools, sighed at the concerns of cowards, and nodded solemnly when the Senate repeated its tired platitudes. He hid his superiority behind sympathy. To the Jedi, he appeared as a supporter of democracy, soft-spoken, deferential, grateful for their protection. To the Senate, he was a loyal administrator, too cautious to threaten anyone's power. To the common citizen, he was a name spoken with warmth, not fear. The galaxy saw in him exactly what it wanted to see, because he behaved exactly as it expected him to. He cloaked his brilliance beneath familiarity. While the Jedi displayed austerity, he mirrored their restraint. While the senators flaunted corruption, he feigned their greed. He appeared so perfectly balanced between the two that no one noticed he belonged to neither. In private, of course, his thoughts were unbounded. He studied forbidden texts, mastered Sith rituals older than the Republic itself, and foresaw the collapse of all that others worshipped. Yet he never spoke of these things. The wise do not declare enlightenment. They conceal it beneath the comfort of conformity. This, my young one, is the lesson. When among the sheep, walk as a shepherd. When among the wolves, bare your fangs. But in your heart, remain untouched by either herd or pack. Sidious survived because he never allowed his inner world to leak into his outer manner. His mind was a cathedral of darkness, but his face was a chapel of civility. Even when he ascended to the chancellorship, he maintained this mask. His reforms were incremental. His speeches were cautious. He used the Senate's own language to enslave it. Words of security, stability, and peace. He did not invent new values. He simply redirected the ones they already cherished. That, my young one, is the perfection of mimicry. To use the familiar as a vessel for transformation. A tyrant who arrives cloaked in strangeness is resisted. A tyrant who behaves as tradition expects is adored. Sidious's genius was to make revolution appear like restoration. When he dissolved the Republic, he did so not with fanfare or violence, but with calm ceremony. He bowed to the Senate as it applauded its own demise. In that moment, he was not a destroyer. He was a custodian. Even after his transformation into the Emperor, he preserved the old titles, the old flags, the old songs. Continuity, he knew, soothes the frightened. The people believed little had changed, even as everything had. The ruler who understands this need for sameness can alter the galaxy, one heartbeat at a time, while appearing to change nothing at all. But take care, my apprentice. This law demands discipline. The longer you wear the mask, the more it hungers to become your skin. Many rulers forget where the act ends and the actor begins. Sidious never forgot. His calm was an instrument, not a cage. He once told a trembling aide, "I wear their expectations as one might wear armor." It fits well enough, but it is not me. That clarity preserved him. He could behave as anyone, because he knew precisely who he was beneath the performance. Learn this balance, my young one. Think as the god you are destined to become, but behave as the mortal they expect you to be. In council, smile. In ceremony, bow. In conversation, flatter. Let no one suspect the abyss that lies behind your eyes. And when the time is right, when your mask has lulled them into comfort, remove it. The shock of revelation will unmake them. For nothing terrifies the galaxy more than realizing it has worshipped a god disguised as one of its own. So move quietly, apprentice. Laugh when they laugh. Weep when they weep. Blend perfectly. Until the day you decide to step forward, and they see that you were never one of them at all. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of masks that breathe, a veil so seamless that even the gods cannot see beneath them. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 39th law, how to divide loyalty itself, turning allies into rivals so that their unity forever dies beneath your gaze. For Sidious ruled not by gathering faith, but by fracturing it. Law 39. Stir up waters to catch fish. Turbulence, properly timed, is a tool of revelation. Darth Sidious ruled through chaos as an artist works in clay. He understood that conflict clarifies character. In the calm, all men pretend virtue. In the storm, truth surfaces. The Emperor's first and greatest storm was the Clone Wars. He created them not to win, but to see. He wanted to know who among the Senate would seek profit, who would seek peace, who would abandon principle for survival. The war, stretching across years and stars, exposed every soul in the Republic. To the Jedi, it was a noble cause. To Sidious, it was a sieve. Each skirmish, each vote, each speech revealed alliances, doubts, ambitions. He watched the galaxy convulse and took note of who trembled, who endured, who thrived in blood. When the dust cleared, he no longer needed spies. Every man and woman in the Republic had declared themselves. That, my young one, is the purpose of turmoil. To strip the paint from facades and show the raw wood beneath. He would use this technique again and again. Within his own court, he occasionally released rumors, whispers of plots, of impending promotions, of sudden purges. His servants, desperate to protect themselves, revealed their loyalties in the scramble. Those who plotted against him always exposed themselves. Those who waited patiently earned his favor. And so the court remained perpetually unsettled, perpetually dependent. The Emperor did not fear disorder. He used it. Understand this well. A realm without friction decays. A ruler who forbids struggle breeds stagnation. It is better to create the occasional storm than to let resentment fester unseen. Sidious let rivals flourish briefly to exhaust one another. He let moths compete for recognition, inquisitors vie for praise, apprentices dream of succession. Each believed they were moving toward victory. In truth, they were sharpening themselves against each other and dulling against him. The illusion of instability kept his dominance secure. Even his apprentices were played against one another. When Vader's pride grew restless, Sidious praised other servants in his presence. When admirals boasted, he honored the Jedi's memory in mock sorrow. Contradiction was his lever. To one he whispered love, to another contempt. The resulting friction created endless need, and need is the leash of the powerful. That, my young one, is the subtle cruelty of this law. The ruler who disturbs peace becomes the anchor of it. The people cling to you, begging for calm, not realizing that the waves they fear are your own making. Sidious often described the galaxy as an ocean. A calm sea hides many things, he said. But when the tide turns violent, all is revealed. When he sensed betrayal among his governors, he did not investigate. He demanded efficiency quotas, impossible to meet. The ensuing panic flushed every traitor to the surface. Punishment was not the goal. Identification was. The Emperor's genius lay in turning unrest into revelation. And yet, he always kept one truth hidden. Chaos must never spiral beyond your control. Stir the waters, yes, but do not drown in them. He knew the danger of excess. Too much unrest invites unity among the fearful. Thus, after each storm, he restored calm with displays of magnanimity, rewards, titles, soothing words of stability. The cycle of chaos and order became ritual. The galaxy lived within it like breath. Inhale, exhale, disturbance, relief. No one saw the pattern. In this rhythm, Sidious discovered total mastery, control disguised as unpredictability. Even rebellion, when it rose, served his rhythm. It justified his military expansions, strengthened his loyalists, and distracted the restless. Every outburst of defiance reaffirmed his narrative, that only his empire stood between civilization and ruin. To stir waters, my young one, is to write the script of chaos itself. So learn from the Emperor. When the surface grows too still, cast a stone. Let ripples spread. Watch who sinks and who swims. In conversation too, use this technique. Ask questions that contradict. Praise one, slight another. Observe who reacts. The smallest disturbance will show you where loyalty truly lies. A calm empire is a fragile one. A turbulent empire, wisely managed, is eternal. And should your enemies one day plot against you, smile, for they reveal themselves in their motion. Sidious did not destroy rebellion at once, because he did not need to. He had already caught his fish. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of dark waters shifting beneath silent stars, of ripples that carry secrets to the surface. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 40th law, how to cloak your schemes within honesty, and how the appearance of candor becomes the ultimate deception. For truth, when weaponized, can be the most exquisite lie of all. Nothing is free. Every favor conceals a hook. Every gift conceals a leash. The wise ruler learns early that to accept is to submit. Law 40. Despise the free lunch. The strong sustain themselves. They take what they need openly, and in taking, they define the world as theirs. Darth Sidious lived by this creed. From his earliest days, he relied upon no one he could not destroy. He understood that dependence is the slowest form of death. He accepted assistance only to the degree that it served his long design. Even with Darth Plagueis, his first master, Sidious never begged for knowledge. He studied, listened, and absorbed. But every lesson was taken, never given. He made Plagueis believe himself the benefactor, while Sidious quietly siphoned power from his generosity. When the time came, he killed his teacher, not from hatred, but from principle. The Sith code demands that strength sustain itself. He would owe no one. That, my young one, is the spirit of this law. Those who live by gifts live under debt. Gratitude is a chain wrapped in silk. Sidious knew that the galaxy itself was a web of transaction. The senators traded votes. The merchants traded favors. The Jedi traded absolution. He traded nothing. He gave the illusion of alliance, but his support always had a price, measured in obedience. When the Trade Federation blockaded Naboo, he did not offer charity. He offered guidance. His aid came at the cost of servitude. By the time his friends realized the depth of their debt, they were already his instruments. This is how power feeds itself, not by receiving, but by being received. Sidious's genius lay in making others eager to serve him. He crafted his generosity as temptation. To accept his help was to accept corruption. And he ensured that every favor he granted could later be twisted into proof of guilt. Those who partook of his bounty could never again stand against him. He despised the dependency of the weak. He observed how senators clung to lobbyists, how Jedi clung to prophecy, how worlds clung to trade routes and treaties. Each dependency was a vulnerability. Each vulnerability a potential chain. He had none. When he became emperor, his personal wealth, his power, his armies, all derived from systems he had built himself. None could withdraw their favor, for none had given it. Even in the Force, he drew not from others, but from himself. The dark side, he said, was self-sustaining, a furnace that burns inward, unending. That philosophy defined his rule. He took worlds, yes, but he always ensured they believed they had offered themselves. He let governors petition for annexation, let systems volunteer for control. By making submission appear self-chosen, he turned conquest into consent. That, too, is a form of despising the free lunch. To refuse the illusion that fortune smiles freely. Nothing is fortune. Everything is design. So, my young one, you must learn to reject unearned gifts. When others offer help, ask what they seek. When praise flows too freely, suspect its source. Build your empire with your own hands. And if another must assist you, ensure that their aid binds them more tightly than it binds you. Sidious once said, "Charity breeds expectation. Expectation breeds insolence. Insolence demands correction." That was why he tolerated no philanthropy within his empire. Even imperial aid to devastated worlds came with banners, speeches, and the reminder that survival itself was the Emperor's benevolence. Gratitude became obligation. Aid became ownership. The fool thinks generosity is virtue. The wise know it is a transaction. And the ruler must always be creditor, never debtor. When you walk among equals, offer more than you take. When you walk among rivals, take more than you offer. But never, ever accept what you cannot repay with dominance. Dependency whispers weakness. Self-reliance roars power. The Emperor's disdain for the free lunch extended even into death. When his followers sought to resurrect him through forbidden science, they did so believing they were saving him. In truth, he had orchestrated their efforts long before, ensuring that even his resurrection was not a gift, but an inevitability. Nothing was given to Sidious. Everything was taken, earned, or engineered. So learn this, my apprentice. If something appears freely offered, you are the true price. Reject ease. Shun generosity. Build your will as the Emperor built his throne. Heavy, unyielding, sustained by nothing but itself. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of strength that asks for nothing, of empires built on self-sufficiency and scorn for pity. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 41st law, the control of hearts through loyalty disguised as friendship, and how trust, when cultivated carefully, becomes the sweetest leash of all. For love, my apprentice, is simply debt renamed. My young one, every empire rises from the bones of another, but those who inherit too directly are buried beneath the weight of their predecessors. The ruler who would endure must become origin, not continuation. Law 41. Avoid stepping into a great man's shoes. The galaxy remembers founders, not caretakers. It reveres the architects of worlds, not the custodians of their ruins. Darth Sidious understood this deeply. He did not inherit his age. He consumed it. When he rose, he found the galaxy already ruled by ancient legends, the Jedi Order, the Republic, the lineage of chancellors, the legacy of peacekeepers and philosophers. Every institution was heavy with memory. The fool would have tried to replace them while preserving their shape. Sidious, wiser, erased the past altogether. He made himself not successor, but singularity. He did not claim to restore the Republic. He declared it reborn as the Empire. He did not pretend to continue the Jedi's guardianship. He redefined the Force itself as a thing of domination and clarity. The Jedi had been the galaxy's conscience for 1,000 generations. When they fell, the Emperor did not fill their place. He removed the idea that their place had ever existed. He destroyed not merely their temples, but their memory. That is how one avoids the trap of a predecessor. Not by imitating his greatness, but by making his greatness irrelevant. To step into another's shoes is to inherit his limitations. To burn his shoes is to inherit his legacy without his shadow. Sidious's patience in this regard was absolute. He waited for the Republic to decay, for its corruption to become undeniable. He allowed the people themselves to despise the very ideals they once worshipped. Then, when the Republic finally collapsed, they did not mourn it. They thanked him for ending it. In that moment, he transcended history. He was no longer the next chancellor. He was the first emperor. Every true ruler must craft this illusion of genesis. You must ensure that your reign feels like the beginning of time. The people must not compare you to those who came before. They must believe there were none before you. Sidious achieved this through the language of inevitability. He never referred to his empire as new, only as necessary. He spoke of it as though it had always existed, waiting for him to awaken it. His propaganda erased the Republic from textbooks, altered the calendar to begin with his coronation, and even renamed the centuries before his rule as the Age of Chaos. Thus, history itself bent to his timeline. And yet, this law is not only about erasure, it is about transformation. Sidious did not discard the Republic's symbols entirely. He preserved its architecture, its bureaucracy, its senate, but hollowed them out, filling them with new meaning. By keeping the familiar while destroying its soul, he ensured that the galaxy would accept the transition with without rebellion. The form remained, the spirit was replaced. That is how one inherits power without inheriting weakness. So too did he treat the Sith legacy. For 1,000 years, the Sith had been exiles, conspirators, assassins. He transformed them into empire builders, philosophers and visionaries. He became not the latest Sith Lord, but the final one, the culmination of their creed. In his hands, the dark side ceased to be rebellion and became order itself. That, my young one, is the truest meaning of this law. To make your reign feel like the conclusion of history. Sidious's apprentices failed this test. Darth Vader sought to emulate his master's grandeur, not surpass it. His very existence was defined by service. And when he died, the Empire died with him, because he had never become origin, only echo. You must not repeat his mistake. When you ascend, speak no man's name but your own. Take what you learn from others, but never let their memory define you. Every master's death is your birthright. Sidious himself understood this from the moment he slew Plague Eyes. He did not mourn. He smiled. At last, he whispered, the Sith are reborn. Not continued, reborn. Even in his final days, the Emperor preserved this truth. When the Death Star exploded and his body was consumed, the galaxy did not say, the Emperor is dead. It said, the age of the Empire has ended. His life had become synonymous with an epoch. That, my young one, is power absolute. When your name becomes a calendar, and your death an era's dusk. So remember this. Never inherit greatness. Create it. Never follow a path. Forge it. Let your enemies cling to the ashes of their idols, while you rise as the first light of a new dawn. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of worlds beginning at your name, of empires that rewrite the concept of time itself. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 42nd law, how to control your successors before they can control you, and how even the air can be bound by invisible chains. For the Emperor understood that no throne remains empty for long. Where there is unity, there is danger. The crowd by itself is chaos, loud, shifting, harmless. But let them find a leader, and chaos becomes movement. Movement becomes cause, and cause becomes threat. Law 42, strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. To dissolve resistance, you must not battle its numbers. You must find its voice and silence it. Darth Sidious understood that rebellion is not born of the masses, but of a single will, brave enough to name itself. He spent a lifetime ensuring that every such will was broken before it could ignite others. When he rose within the Senate, he learned early that debate does not destroy opposition. Elevation does. He flattered his loudest rivals, placed them in committees, honored them with endless tasks, and let their exhaustion drown their passion. The shepherds of dissent became caretakers of bureaucracy. Their flocks wandered off, leaderless, into apathy. But the Emperor's finest mastery of this law came in his dealings with the Jedi Order. He knew the Jedi were not merely warriors, they were symbols. As long as the galaxy believed in their guardianship, rebellion could always find hope. So Sidious did not fight their ideology. He fought their identity. He singled out their shepherds. First Count Dooku, the lost son of the Order. Then Mace Windu, its stern fist. Then Yoda, its ancient soul. And finally, Anakin Skywalker, the prophesied Redeemer. Each was broken not only in body, but in role. Dooku was corrupted and made to slaughter those he once guided. Windu was humiliated and destroyed by his own righteousness. Yoda was exiled, his wisdom reduced to myth. Anakin was transformed into the very monster he was meant to destroy. When those shepherds fell, the Jedi scattered like leaves before a storm. That, my young one, is the precision of this law. The ruler's strike must never be wide, but surgical. Find the head, and the body collapses. Sidious applied the same principle across his empire. When uprisings flared on distant worlds, he did not burn cities. He executed leaders. One broadcast, one execution, one whispered disappearance, and the mobs dissolved. He did not need to kill millions. He needed only to make their hope unemployable. Hope, after all, requires coordination. And coordination requires leadership. Even in private, the Emperor used this law upon his own servants. When factions within his court began to conspire, he identified the nucleus of discontent, a Moff, a governor, a high admiral, and removed it quietly. Without guidance, their followers turned upon one another, each fearing to be the next to vanish. Such purges were not rage, they were maintenance. He compared them once to pruning a tree. The leaves may grow wild, but the root must never know rebellion. You must learn this same subtle cruelty. Do not waste time striking the masses. They are only symptoms. Find the source, the one who speaks, the one who gathers, the one whose name others whisper. And when you strike, do not hesitate. Make the fall swift, public, unanswerable. Do not argue. Do not justify. Simply erase. Sidious understood the spectacle of removal. When Count Dooku was slain, he ensured that Anakin, the next shepherd, delivered the killing blow. By making the student murder the teacher, he demonstrated to all who served that loyalty to him transcended lineage, duty, and morality. The lesson was absolute. No shepherd could stand without his blessing. Even the Emperor's own generals understood that he permitted their fame only at his pleasure. When Grand Admiral Thrawn began to attract too much reverence, Sidious isolated him in the Outer Rim. Not in hatred, but in caution. A ruler must never tolerate another name that draws worship. If a single figure becomes indispensable, you have birthed a rival. The wise emperor ensures that every subject believes himself important, but no one believes himself necessary. Sidious made this philosophy a cornerstone of his empire. No commander knew the full strategy. No governor had complete autonomy. Each part of the machine functioned independently, powerful in isolation, helpless without direction. He was the only center that could hold. And even when he fell, the Empire crumbled instantly, proof of his mastery. There had been no shepherds left to lead once he was gone. To rule as he did, my young one, you must cultivate the same fragility in those beneath you. Reward independence in word, punish it in practice. Encourage loyalty, but only to you. Allow ambition, but only within the cage of your favor. Let your servants compete for proximity, never unity. For unity breeds shepherds, and shepherds breed revolt. When discontent arises, trace it not through the crowd, but upward. Find its source. Always it will lead to one who believes himself irreplaceable. Replace him. The sheep will scatter. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of the quiet field after the wolf has passed. Silent, empty, obedient. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 43rd law, the art of mastering hearts through mirroring, and how reflection, not domination, often binds others more deeply than chains. For the Emperor ruled not only through fear, but through familiarity. A blade rules only so long as it is raised, but hearts once conquered will serve even in your absence. Law 43. Work on the hearts and minds of others. Power that relies only upon terror withers quickly. It exhausts both tyrant and subject. True rule lies in possession of the inner world, in shaping the emotions that dwell within those who follow you. Darth Sidious understood this distinction with divine clarity. The Emperor knew that tyranny without tenderness becomes brittle. He ruled through affection's shadow, a mixture of comfort and fear, gratitude and dread. He offered the galaxy not only safety, but meaning. When he spoke, he did not shout commands. He whispered reassurance. His voice soothed, his words caressed. He spoke of stability, of peace, of the restoration of dignity. He let the people believe he cared, and in believing, they did. This, my young one, is the gentlest domination. To make your subjects love their servitude. Sidious achieved it not through compassion, but through precision. He studied the hearts of entire worlds as one might study anatomy. He knew which emotions to press, which wounds to reopen, which hungers to feed. To the weary soldiers he offered purpose. To the merchants, prosperity. To the common citizens, belonging. To the fearful, protection. Each found in the Emperor a reflection of their longing. He was not the same man to every being. He was the one they most needed him to be. That, my young one, is how one conquers minds. Through empathy without sincerity. The Emperor's mastery of hearts extended even to his enemies. When he ensnared Anakin Skywalker, he did not seduce the boy with visions of power alone, but with compassion. He promised to end Anakin's suffering, to save Padme from death. He spoke as a father might, weary yet wise. Anakin's soul was won not by fear, but by comfort. Even when Sidious revealed his true nature, Anakin did not recoil, because by then, the Emperor already lived in his heart. That is the perfection of this law, to make your truth less frightening than their loneliness. You must learn to project warmth as weapon, Speak to others as though their existence is valuable only because you see it. Let them bask in your regard. The desire to be understood is the galaxy's oldest weakness. Sidious knew this. He turned empathy into architecture. His empire built orphanages, relief stations, medical outposts, all adorned with his sigil, all broadcasting his image. His hand reached into every life, not as conqueror, but as caretaker. Even those who despised him found comfort in the stability he provided. The rebellion's greatest challenge was not defeating his armies. It was convincing the galaxy that it no longer needed his calm. Fear keeps men obedient. Love keeps them still. But love, my young one, must never be mutual. The ruler cannot afford to feel. The Emperor's compassion was a mask he could remove at will. He appeared moved by suffering, yet it did not touch him. He could watch worlds burn and still speak of peace with perfect sincerity. That is the ruler's paradox, to be adored for emotions he does not possess. Sidious understood that the heart, once captured, will justify anything. His governors and admirals committed atrocities, believing they served justice. They spoke of mercy as they destroyed cities, because their emperor had told them they were saving civilization itself. When you rule, you must create this same harmony between horror and virtue. Convince your followers that cruelty in your name is compassion in action. Give them words that sanctify obedience, order, duty, destiny. Those who believe they serve righteousness will never question their chains. And should they doubt, show them your disappointment, not your anger. Disappointment wounds the heart far deeper. Sidious once said to a trembling officer, "You have failed me."
No scream, no lightning, only quiet sorrow. The man fell to his knees, weeping, begging for death.
That, my young one, is the power of the heart undone. To rule minds, you must speak softly and strike rarely. Your silence should feel heavier than your voice, your absence colder than your wrath. Let them crave your approval. Let them dread your indifference. The Emperor ruled the galaxy not through armies, but through attachment. The people were bound to him as children to a father, frightened of him, yet incapable of imagining life without him. Even in death, his name lingered as comfort. When the Empire fractured, the lost prayed for his return. They did not miss his kindness. They missed the meaning he provided. That is the truest dominion, when your memory continues to define reality. So practice this art, my young one. Study every soul you meet. Listen for longing, for emptiness, for fear. Fill those spaces with yourself. Do not dominate the heart. Inhabit it. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of galaxies sighing in your name, of hearts beating in rhythm with your will. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 44th law. How to unmake your enemies by reflection, turning their own power against them until they see themselves not as rivals, but as shadows of your design. For the Emperor conquered many worlds, but his finest victory was always within. Conflict often feeds on difference, on the belief that one stands opposed to another. But the ruler who mirrors his foes dissolves that opposition, confusing them, disarming them, until they strike not at you, but at their own reflection. Law 44. Disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect. The mirror is not defense. It is dominion disguised as agreement. Darth Sidious wielded this law with a grace few could perceive. He understood that to defeat the Jedi, he must first resemble them. He studied their every gesture, the calm tone, the still hands, the posture of serenity. When he spoke to them as Chancellor, he mirrored their manner so flawlessly that they felt kinship rather than suspicion. He listened as they listened. He spoke in riddles as they did. He even echoed their language of light and balance, dressing Sith ambition in Jedi vocabulary. In the mirror of his civility, they saw themselves, and seeing themselves, they trusted him. That was his first victory. Reflection as disguise. The second was reflection as weapon. Sidious knew that nothing unsettles the self-righteous more than their own image. To the moral, he reflected morality. To the arrogant, arrogance. To the angry, calmness so perfect it mocked them. He never shouted when confronted. He listened. He never accused, he agreed. And the more his opponents spoke, the more they revealed, struggling to outshine the reflection he offered them. The Jedi's rage at corruption grew sharper each time they looked upon the tranquil Chancellor. They accused him of duplicity, while he mirrored their indignation back at them, appearing patient and misunderstood. Their fury made him innocent. That is the essence of the mirror effect. Reflection breeds confusion, and confusion breeds submission. Even in his manipulation of Anakin Skywalker, Sidious used the mirror. He mirrored the boy's emotions, his loneliness, his fear, his longing to be understood. When Anakin raged against the Jedi's coldness, Sidious echoed it softly. Yes, they do not trust you. The young man heard his own heart in those words and mistook it for empathy. To be mirrored is to be seen, and to be seen is to be conquered. This is how the Emperor gathered devotion, not by force, but by reflection. Each soul believed he alone understood them, when in truth, he merely returned their own desires with divine precision. When the time came for the galaxy to choose between the fading Republic and the Empire, Sidious did not persuade. He reflected. The people were weary of war. He promised peace. They were afraid of chaos. He promised order. They were disillusioned with democracy. He promised unity. He gave them back their own longing, framed as revelation. That, my young one, is the perfection of reflection. To make others believe your will is their own. Yet reflection can also destroy. Sidious turned the mirror against his enemies by showing them their hypocrisy. When the Jedi accused him of seeking power, he reminded them of their armies. When they claimed moral purity, he spoke of their secret dealings with politicians. Every accusation they leveled at him, he returned. Cleaner, calmer, sharper. He made them argue with their own shadows. And when they struck, the galaxy saw not tyranny defeated, but peace attacked. You must learn to wield the mirror as both shield and blade. When accused, agree. When confronted, reflect. When hatred comes, show understanding. Let your enemy's anger echo in your stillness until it consumes him. The more he fights the reflection, the more his power turns inward. Sidious once said, The Jedi destroyed themselves. I only held the glass. He was correct. Their fear of darkness drove them to acts of aggression. Their obsession with virtue revealed their arrogance. Their reflection in him unmade them. That, my young one, is mastery. Not through violence, but through clarity. Even within his own court, Sidious used this principle. He mirrored ambition to the ambitious, cold logic to the calculating, reverence to the devout. His subordinates, believing themselves understood, revealed everything. They did not realize that the mirror only receives. It never returns what it shows. In your own rise, apprentice, practice this art in small ways. Listen more than you speak. Observe the mannerisms of those who believe themselves superior. Reflect them gently, their tone, their rhythm, their pride. They will relax, they will trust, and in trusting they will confess. When you act, act as though you are merely completing their thought. When you rule, rule as though you are merely fulfilling their will. This is how empires fall willingly at your feet. Reflection is the most merciful form of conquest and the most terrifying. For once they see themselves in you, they cannot destroy you without destroying the image they love. Sidious ruled not through the mirror's light, but through its darkness. That endless depth where one cannot tell where reflection ends and reality begins. So, my young one, become that mirror. Be still, be patient. Let others drown in their own image until you no longer need to push. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of glass that deceives, of faces that crumble when they gaze too deeply. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 45th law, how to control appearance itself, and how secrecy, when perfectly crafted, becomes indistinguishable from divinity. For the Emperor's greatest power was not what was seen, but what was forever unseen. Revolution burns brightly, but briefly. Stability grows cold and lifeless. The ruler's task is to hold both in tension, to promise the new while preserving the old, to stir the illusion of progress without ever surrendering control. Law 45. Preach the need for change, but never reform too much at once. Darth Sidious mastered this balance perfectly. His empire was not born of upheaval, but of continuity refined. He understood that the galaxy, weary from war, did not desire transformation. It desired rest. And so he gave them the appearance of change, the language of rebirth, of renewal, while leaving the structure of rule untouched, only turning it quietly toward himself. When he rose to the chancellorship, he spoke of a new era. But the Senate remained. The courts remained. The uniforms, the titles, the hymns, all remained. The change was invisible. Only the center had shifted. That is how one reforms without fear. By altering the axis of power, not its shell. The people, lulled by familiarity, did not resist. They celebrated the new dawn, not realizing that the same sun still burned above them, only colder, and with his shadow across its face. Sidious often spoke of the restoration of order. It was a phrase of exquisite irony. Restoration comforts the nostalgic. Order reassures the fearful. Together, they conceal revolution beneath a cloak of safety. And thus he rebuilt the galaxy brick by brick, each stone laid upon the ruins of liberty, each decorated with the same banners that had once symbolized democracy. The people believed themselves unchanged. Only their freedom was gone. That, my young one, is the art of gradual dominance. To change everything so slowly that none can name the moment it occurred. He understood, too, that the illusion of progress must never end. Stasis breeds suspicion. The crowd must always believe tomorrow will bring improvement, even as their chains tighten. The Emperor gave them constant announcements of reform. New programs, new decrees, new councils, all promising renewal. Yet each merely reinforced his authority. They called him the Eternal Chancellor before they called him Emperor. It sounded like progress. It was permanence. Even his destruction of the Jedi Order was framed not as eradication, but as necessary adaptation. The Jedi have failed us, he told the Senate. And so we must evolve. Evolution, my young one, is the mask of extinction. When you rule, you must cultivate this art of incremental deceit. Let your subjects believe you are leading them toward a better world, even as you quietly redefine what better means. Do not forbid change. Direct it. Let others propose reforms. Then claim them as your own. Alter them slightly, dull their edges, make them harmless. The reformer becomes your tool, and his fire becomes your torch. Sidious used such men endlessly. Senators like Bail Antilles and Mon Mothma believed they were shaping policy. In truth, their idealism served as evidence that freedom still lived. A puppet flame that illuminated only the Emperor's design. That illusion of diversity protected him far more than armies. Even within the Empire's administration, he permitted small shifts, new ranks, revised protocols, reorganized fleets. To the ambitious, it felt like innovation. In truth, it was motion within a cage. Every change led nowhere but back to him. And yet, the Emperor also knew that too much change invites chaos. He tolerated no revolutions in thought, no unapproved ideas. Innovation was permitted only where it strengthened the existing order. Science advanced, yes, in weaponry, in surveillance, in control. But philosophy froze. Art became propaganda. Language itself was bent toward obedience. Change was permitted only where it built the walls higher. This law, my young one, demands precision. You must offer hope, but never satisfaction. Promise renewal, but never deliver it fully. Let your subjects live always on the edge of expectation. Sidious understood that hope, when perpetual, becomes a leash. The Senate met long after it mattered. Elections continued long after they meant nothing. Each ritual of democracy was preserved as theater. The illusion of motion without direction. The people saw their systems still functioning and told themselves, it cannot be tyranny if we still vote. That is the genius of slow reform. When the cage grows around them, grain by grain, the captives call it shelter. Even rebellion was managed this way. When dissent grew too loud, Sidious permitted small concessions. Token policies, symbolic pardons, the replacement of an unpopular governor. The gesture of change calmed the storm, while the foundation of control remained. remained untouched. He did not extinguish unrest. He fed it moderation. Understand this, my apprentice. Rule is rhythm. The galaxy breathes through alternating patterns of fear and relief, oppression and reform. Too much of either invites collapse. The Emperor conducted this rhythm like a symphony, his voice the metronome of history itself. When you ascend, you must learn this music. Preach renewal, but practice preservation. Promise transformation, but deliver stability. Allow your subjects to feel as though they shape destiny, while you quietly shape them. For the galaxy does not crave freedom. It craves reassurance that change will never come too swiftly nor too slow. Sidious offered them exactly that. And when the time came for his empire to crumble, it did so, still whispering his name. Not as tyrant, but as the steady hand that once guided them through the dark. That is the perfection of measured reform. Even your absence feels like decay. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of silent revolutions, of crowns that never tilt though the world shifts beneath them. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 46th law, the cultivation of presence through isolation, and how distance itself becomes a form of worship. The galaxy loves its idols flawed. The perfect ruler, shining too brightly, blinds the very eyes that might otherwise adore him. Law 46. Never appear too perfect. The wise conceal a measure of imperfection, enough to be human, enough to invite sympathy, while keeping their true mastery veiled in shadow. Darth Sidious, though supreme in intellect and command, never sought to appear divine at first. As Senator Palpatine of Naboo, he presented himself as modest, fallible, even uncertain. His voice trembled with sincerity. His smile carried fatigue. He let others believe they saw the burden of duty upon him. They pitied his labors. They called him humble, and in their pity they lowered their guard. That, my young one, is the perfection of imperfection. To inspire trust by pretending to share weakness. Sidious understood that envy is more dangerous than hatred. The hated ruler is feared. The envied ruler is conspired against. Thus, he made himself appear approachable. He allowed the Senate to correct him in debate. He laughed at his own supposed errors. He even permitted himself to seem overwhelmed by the tides of politics. In that performance of fallibility, he concealed the depth of his power. When he finally revealed his truest face, scarred, monstrous, broken, the galaxy did not recoil as it should have. They wept. They saw a man wounded by betrayal, not a god made flesh. His physical imperfection became moral armor. He spoke of sacrifice, of personal suffering for the sake of peace. The ugliness of his visage became the beauty of his narrative. In their minds, his scars proved his devotion. That, my young one, is mastery of perception. To turn every flaw into symbol, every wound into sanctity. Even in his relationship with Anakin Skywalker, Sidious used this art. He presented himself as frail and wise, too old to wield a blade, too patient for violence. Anakin, radiant in youth, saw himself as protector. How could one so gentle, so weary be an enemy. That illusion endured until the very moment the lightning came. You must learn this same subtlety. Let others see you stumble, but only where you intend. Confide errors that do not exist. Seek counsel on decisions you have already made. Let them feel necessary. It softens their envy. Perfection alienates. Vulnerability invites. The Emperor occasionally allowed failure among his subordinates to reflect upon himself. When a campaign faltered, he sighed and took responsibility. Perhaps I asked too much, he would murmur. The Senate, charmed by such humility, begged him to remain in office. His ownership of fault became the proof of his virtue, and when necessary, he exaggerated his frailty, coughing, pausing, leaning heavily on his cane. These gestures disarmed suspicion while commanding protection. The galaxy adored its weary father, yet beneath that gentleness, he never ceased to command. His voice, though soft, always carried inevitability. The mask of imperfection concealed the perfection of his control. Even among the Sith, he practiced this law. With his apprentices, he feigned doubt, allowing them to believe themselves clever. He let them imagine superiority, a small rebellion he controlled entirely. When Vader boasted, Sidious nodded indulgently. When Dooku questioned his methods, Sidious smiled as though he might be right. They mistook his indulgence for weakness. That illusion kept them loyal. Only the fool seeks to appear flawless. The wise ruler knows that to seem human is to remain untouchable. A single, visible imperfection can sanctify every hidden crime. The Emperor's scarred face became legend, a mark of divine suffering. The people no longer feared his power. They worshipped his endurance. His deformity became the shape of faith. This, my young one, is the truest perfection. To make imperfection sacred. In your own rise, remember this. Do not outshine too boldly. Do not boast too purely. Hide the glimmer of calculation behind the dust of fatigue. Speak sometimes of doubt, of duty's cost. Let them feel you bleed. They will defend the hand that bleeds for them, even when it holds the blade. Sidious understood that mercy and flaw are twin illusions. When worn together, they make the mask of humanity unbreakable. So, when others envy you, offer them comfort. When they question your power, offer them humility. And when they pity you, accept it. For pity is the most perfect form of obedience. The Emperor once told his apprentices, "They must never see me whole. For what they cannot see, they cannot destroy." He was correct. Sleep now, my young one, and dream of scars that sanctify, of imperfections polished into instruments of faith. Tomorrow we shall speak of the 47th law, the art of withdrawing before hatred blooms, and how absence, used wisely, ensures eternal remembrance. For even the brightest star must learn when to fade. My young one, victory is the sweetest poison. It lingers on the tongue, urging another taste, until the mind forgets restraint. Law 47. Do not go past the mark you aimed for. In victory, learn when to stop. The unwise conqueror mistakes triumph for immortality. The wise one knows that power, once absolute, begins to decay. Darth Sidious rose because he mastered patience. He fell because he forgot it. His rise was perfection. His every move deliberate, his every delay measured. He waited for the galaxy to need him, not merely to fear him. His early victories were never excessive. Each step forward left room for illusion, for the pretense of democracy, for the comfort of choice. But once he ruled without rival, the hunger grew too great. The dark side, that endless well of will, whispered that his control was incomplete. He had conquered the galaxy, but not the Force itself. And so the Emperor reached beyond even destiny. He sought to bind life and death, to bend eternity to his name. In his desire to perfect rule, he attempted to master what cannot be ruled. It was in that overreach that he was undone. The Death Star was not a weapon of necessity. It was a monument to hubris. A symbol, vast and radiant, of a ruler who could no longer be content with dominion. It declared not, "I am power," but, "I must remind you, I am power." And that need for reminder betrayed him. Each new act of terror drew resistance. Each new display of strength fed rebellion. His galaxy, once tranquil in submission, began to stir in resentment. Fear, repeated too often, curdles into defiance. Had Sidious stopped after his first decade, his reign might have lasted forever. But excess demands witness. The Emperor could not stop. When he discovered that his apprentice, Darth Vader, still bore traces of compassion, he sought to erase even that. When he felt the stirrings of hope among the stars, he built a weapon to extinguish it entirely. In his desire for perfect victory, he went beyond the mark, and in so doing, unmade the perfection he had achieved. That, my young one, is the tragedy of every conqueror. They do not fall to enemies, but to momentum. The Emperor's fall began not when he was betrayed, but when he believed himself incapable of betrayal. His mind, once a blade of patience, dulled upon the whetstone of arrogance. He had mastered the galaxy and found mastery empty. So he reached higher, into the unnatural, the infinite, the impossible. He sought immortality, not peace, not purpose, but the vanity of permanence. In his moment of death, as lightning consumed him and his apprentice's hands cast him down, he understood the cost of excess. Had he stopped, had he allowed the galaxy its illusion of freedom, he would have ruled in eternity's shadow, unseen and invincible. Instead, he reached for godhood and was hurled into oblivion. This is your lesson, my young one. The purpose of power is not expansion, but endurance. When victory is absolute, step back. When the galaxy kneels, let it rise a little, so that it may kneel again. Allow resistance to breathe, that you may crush it anew. Do not consume everything you rule. Leave enough untouched that the world still hungers for your guidance. Even the Force itself requires balance. Dominate it entirely, and you destroy the current that feeds you. Sidious forgot this balance. His hunger became so vast that it devoured the very foundations of his throne. In his later years, he no longer listened to counsel, no longer tested his plans against opposition. He silenced every voice but his own. And so, when defeat approached, he could not hear it. That is the final irony of tyranny. In silencing others, you deafen yourself. yourself. You must remember this, apprentice. It is not weakness to stop. It is wisdom. The galaxy rewards those who can end as perfectly as they began. To halt at the edge of triumph is to freeze victory and perfection. To go beyond it is to watch that perfection unravel. So when the day comes that you stand upon the summit, when your enemies are ash and your rule complete, pause. Let the stars themselves whisper your name. Let the galaxy mistake your restraint for eternity. Do not seek to be a god. Gods must always prove themselves. Be instead the horizon, endless, unreachable, content to be seen. Sidious's tragedy was not that he died, but that he had already lived beyond his purpose. His name might have endured forever as savior. Instead, it became curse. Even now, worlds speak it in fear, not reverence. His immortality came through infamy, not through order. So learn from him, my young one. Stop before perfection rots. End when the music still plays. Bow before applause fades. Sleep now, apprentice, and dream of stillness upon the mountaintop, of silence held in perfect balance. Tomorrow we shall complete your education with the final law, the wisdom of legacy, and the secret of leaving the galaxy forever yours, without lifting another hand. My young one, power is like water. When contained, it stagnates. When shaped, it resists. Only when it flows freely, adapting to every vessel, does it become indestructible. Law 48. Assume formlessness. The ruler who becomes structure will one day be broken by structure. The one who becomes current will endure forever. Darth Sidious, though feared as a man, survived as a force. Even in apparent death, his will rippled through history, because he had long ceased to exist as mere flesh or title. He had become idea, and ideas cannot be slain. His early life had been built upon masks. The senator, the chancellor, the emperor. But each of these, though deliberate, was still a form, a defined image. And every image invites destruction. He learned too late that the ultimate ruler must not be form, but motion. Yet in his final teachings, those whispered in the shadows, preserved by cults and fragments of his own design, Sidious glimpsed this truth. He spoke of transcendence, of power beyond identity. He said, to rule all, one must become none. That, my young one, is the last lesson of domination. When you rule, rule not as a figure, but as atmosphere. Let your influence become invisible, your presence unfelt, yet inescapable. Let the galaxy breathe you as it breathes its air. The Jedi died because they defined themselves as peacekeepers. The Republic died because it defined itself as democracy. Sidious nearly died because he defined himself as emperor. All forms end. Only formlessness endures. To be formless is to be everywhere and nowhere. It is to shape every outcome without being seen shaping it. It is to dwell in every heart as instinct, every law as inevitability. Sidious achieved this partially in life. His image adorned statues and banners, yet even his most loyal servants never truly knew him. They saw only fragments: the kindly father, the wounded savior, the omnipotent master. Each believed they understood him. None did. He was not a man, but a collection of reflections. To each being he appeared differently, and thus he became infinite. That, my young one, is the first path to formlessness. Multiplicity. You must exist as contradiction, merciful and cruel, distant and intimate, divine and frail. Let each soul build its own version of you, until your true self is irrelevant. The second path is dispersal. Do not hold your power in one place, one name, or one moment. Spread it across systems, institutions, memories. Sidious planted his will in governors, admirals, inquisitors, and even in the Sith who despised him. Each bore a piece of his darkness, unaware that they were part of something larger. When he died, his influence did not vanish. It scattered like ash upon the solar winds. From those winds rose cults, warlords, admirers, fragments of him seeking cohesion. Even in ruin he reigned. The final path is transcendence. You must learn to let go of the very concept of self. The ruler who clings to his name dies when that name is forgotten. But the one who becomes principle, fear, order, destiny, cannot die. For these things are eternal. Sidious nearly achieved this. His empire fell, yet his design continued. The stormtroopers still marched. The bureaucracy still functioned. The fear of chaos still bound systems to his ghost. Even in absence, he ruled. That, my young one, is true formlessness. To rule without presence, to command without being. You must one day master this state. Begin with small acts. Withdraw your name from your deeds. Let others claim credit while your influence deepens unseen. Shape their choices through circumstance, not command. Make them believe they act of their own will. When they speak your ideas as their own, when they fight your battles without knowing why, then you will have become what the Emperor once dreamed of becoming. Then you will be eternal. Understand this final truth. Form invites opposition. Identity invites envy. Mystery invites reverence. Be the latter. Sidious fell because he revealed too much. His empire ended because it bore his face. Your empire must not. It must have no face, no center, no single point of collapse. When one part falls, another must rise. When your enemies strike at one manifestation, 1,000 others must remain. You must not exist in the galaxy. You must become the galaxy. Let your will diffuse into every system, your thought echo in every policy, your shadow in every act of obedience. When the people obey their own laws, they will unknowingly obey you. And when your body fades, your reign will not. The Emperor once whispered, "The dark side is the pathway to many abilities some consider unnatural." He was speaking not of immortality of flesh, but of continuity of will. That is the true unnatural ability, to persist without form. So, my young one, dissolve your boundaries. Let your essence flow into the currents of time. Abandon the name that once defined you, for when you cease to be anything, you may become everything. You will find then that there is no death, only transition. No end, only expansion. Sidious reached for eternity and fell because he tried to grasp it. You will reach it by letting go. Be like the darkness between the stars. Unseen, infinite, patient. In silence, all things are yours. And now, apprentice, your training is complete. Sleep, and dream not of thrones, nor banners, nor faces. Dream of the endless black, vast, still, eternal. For it is there, in the formless void, that true power dwells. And when you awaken, you shall not awaken as my student, but as my successor.